So as you might have noticed, I'm not Massimiliano Mazzanti, but I'm Francesco Quatraro from the same department, from the Department of Economics here in Ferrara. And I'm glad to have all you here. And Massimiliano told me to say hi to everybody. We'll be here in the afternoon and the coming days, and to actually welcome you in the department. But you are more than welcome. And I guess we can move directly to the first speech. So the first presenter is Sven here. She's from the Paris School of Economics, Paris 1. And you probably already know her for her studies in environmental taxation, and climate change economics, NGOs and environmental topics, and for her studies in environmental behavior. And about especially this last topic, she will give us today a speech about social media and environmental behavior. And I think we can leave the floor to her. If you have questions, feel free to ask them during the presentation or later as you prefer, but I encourage you to participate as much as possible and to use this opportunity as very as possible. And thank you, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this introduction. Thank you very much for this invitation. I am very happy to be here. I already knew Ferrara, but this is always a beautiful city, and it is a good opportunity to visit again. So this presentation, this talk, is focused on social media and environmental behaviors. This is a literature. This is a literature review. I wanted to do that, but it doesn't work. No, it is not an issue. I can use the mouse. Do you have you connected the USB? Yes, I did, but let's check. No, perhaps. No, I think my battery. Okay. It's a matter of electricity storage. You can use this. Okay. As you know, as you are aware, individuals, households, and also firms are nowadays increasingly concerned about environment, and some of them integrate this concern into their behavior, even in the absence of regulation, and so they are induced to do that because of the public concern also, and so how can this trend be explained? And so how can pro-environmental behaviors be explained? What are the usual determinants? There is already a huge literature on that, more in social psychology than in economics, but there is a bunch of work. But main or among the main determinants, we have also information exposures, news exposure, and interactions in social networks. But social networks evolved recently and take now the form of online social networks. And so we may ask what are the consequences of such an evolution, and what are the impacts of social networks, of social media on pro-environmental behavior. Actually, what do we know about that? This is the aim of this talk, and if I want to make it short, we don't know many things and we speculate a lot. We speculate a lot, and there is, I think, there is a great need of further research. So when I mentioned that the social networks are increasingly online, here only one figure: the number of internet users worldwide, more than 5 billion in June 2023. So it has increased by 1,416% since 2000, and the average penetration rate worldwide is 69%. And so you see that if you take into account the fact that in some developing countries the penetration rate is much lower, this is a huge phenomenon. So this graph is perhaps not very easy to read. I had to reduce it in order to be able to show it on the slide. So here are the most popular social networks ranked by number of monthly active users. So Facebook is number one, YouTube, WhatsApp, Instagram, Racing, a China, TikTok, and so on. And so you see that we have a lot of different social networks. They have different features. I won't focus on what distinguishes these social networks. I will more focus on the common features of these social networks. So, if I am interested in pro-environmental behaviors, what are exactly pro-environmental behaviors? You have a family of pro-environmental behaviors, and they are broadly defined either by their impact or by their intent. So this is, I always give my source in small capitals. So this is a seminal paper by Stern. I will, it is not the Stern from the Stern review. I will quote a lot of people that you don't know. And this is absolutely normal, except if some of you are a social psychologist. But a lot of the existing literature has been done by psychologists, by sociologists, and not significantly by economists. And so this seminal paper by Stern defined the environmental behaviors as, if they are defined by their impact as behaviors that can positively change the availability of materials or the energy or the dynamics of ecosystems. Or they can also be defined as behavior that harms the environment as little as possible, or even benefits the environment. If they are defined by their intent, they are behaviors undertaken with the intention to change the environment from the actor's standpoint. And so intention and actual behaviors are very often simultaneously studied, or either only the intention or the actual pro-environmental behavior. When it comes to empirical studies, the difficulty is to measure intent, to measure intentions. Psychologists have some techniques to do that. They use questionnaires, they use surveys, they build scales, and they obtain something that represents the intention. Actual behavior could be observed, but if we are interested in the link, in the relationship between social media exposure and actual behavior, it may be very difficult to observe simultaneously both. Okay. This pro-environmental behavior can also be more precisely described. They can be split into big families, passive pro-environmental behaviors. What are passive pro-environmental behaviors? They are more attitudes or psychological factors influencing actual active environmental behavior. So awareness, environmental awareness is considered as a passive environmental behavior, and environmental knowledge, environmental literacy is also considered as a passive environmental behaviors. And you have active one that can be also very different. You have active behaviors that are that express themselves in the private sphere. So, because the individual or the family of the individual is doing something, recycling, for example, energy use, conservation of water, transport, nutrition, food, are private sphere environmental behavior. You have also public sphere. A public sphere head, it is very, very beautiful, but when I write, this is very functional. So this public sphere environmental behavior are all the behaviors that have a collective dimension. So activism, political behavior, voting green, for example, can be an environmental behavior and environmental citizen behavior. You have also some decisions that are usually short-term, like green consumption, or long-term.
Sorry, it was just a technical issue, and
okay,
I can't figure out. My apologies.
Okay.
Sorry, so sorry. Just a technical issue. There's no sound, so I'm trying to resolve it. There you go, all yours.
Okay, so some of these long-term behaviors are investments, for example, in home insulation, in energy-efficient home, and so on. And intent of environmental behaviors are also considered as active behaviors, like willingness to pay. But we all know that willingness to pay doesn't transform itself always in a real environmental behavior. People may have a willingness to pay for green products, for example, but their budget constraint prevent them to buy it. So the outline of the remaining will be as follows. I will first review the standard determinants of pro-environmental behaviors. Why do I start with from this point? Because when I will consider social media have an influence on these different factors, and so the influence or the impact of social media on environmental behaviors should be considered also through the standard lens of the theory and the empirical knowledge. So these determinants are proposed by sociologists or environmental psychologists, and I will detail. they are based on some psychological factors. The main psychological factors are values and beliefs. They are also shaped by social capital, by norms and social networks, and they are also influenced by contextual factors. And among these contextual factors, you have media and, for example, regulation. In the second part, I will review the specific features and impacts of social media and consider different points that I will enumerate later. And in the third part, I will review the empirical studies I found. So it is not the choice of empirical studies. This is the empirical studies I found. Actually, I tried hard to find some. There is a very short literature about this kind of topic, and this literature is not always satisfactory. This kind of work could be improved for sure, and so I will end with some research avenues or warnings about further research. So the key theories that explain pro-environmental behaviors comes from the social psychology literature. In some works, you find environmental psychology literature, but actually this is exactly the same one that explains other behaviors with different factors. And these theories, the three main theories are these ones. The two first theories rely both on the assumption that consumers are rational and perfectly informed, and that they are driven by self-interest. So this is very close to an economist, a traditional or an orthodox economist point of view. So the first one is the theory of planned behavior. And actually, the theory of planned behavior links attitudes and subjective norms to behavioral intentions. I will detail attitude and subjective norms. The second theory is the norm activation model due to parts. In that case, this is an interaction between personal norms and individual values, and personal norms are experienced by people as a feeling of moral obligation to act in accordance with their principles. The necessary condition to these personal norms to have an effect on the behavior is that the individual is aware of the consequences of his or her behavior, and the fact that he is ready to take the responsibility. He is considering the responsibility he may have in this behavior. The third model is a model where people are no more driven by self-interest, but are motivated by altruism. And in that case, this is a model named Value Belief Norm Model, so detailed by Stern. And actually, most works rely either on this third model or on something that is a mix of these different theories. actually they are not very different if you accept the basic assumption of self-interest or of altruism. But you may consider, and some people consider, that individuals may be motivated both by partly self-interest and partly by altruism. And so this is a representation of the value belief norm theory by Stern. So you have, at the beginning, you have values. Values are considered to be either biospheric, which means values values related to the whole environment, to biodiversity, and so on. Altruistic, so for other people, and egoistic, so self-centered. These values may have an impact on beliefs. Beliefs that will be formed also according a whole system of information and of knowledge. These beliefs will affect the perceived ability of the individual to reduce the threat on environment, and this perceived ability is often called self-efficacy in this literature. This chain will have an impact from the personal norm, so the moral norm to which the individual obey, and this norm will determine the behavior on different areas, so activism, non-activist public sphere behaviors, private sphere behaviors, and behaviors in organization also. So the different elements of this causal chain. The first element, values. So I already detailed the three kinds of values. The issue when people want to conduct empirical studies, the issue is that the egoistic values tend to be negatively related to pro-environmental attitudes, intentions, and behaviors. And so you have something that is at least a correlation that is interpreted by Stern as a causality, but it is not so evident that you have a causality. And altruistic and particularly biospheric values are strongly positively related. So they are not independent. And usually they play together. Beliefs. What are the beliefs? The beliefs are often denoted environmental worldview. So how you consider the environment, how you consider what happens on Earth, and so on. So this is the general beliefs about the relationship between humans and the environment. For example, vegan people have a specific worldview that is not shared by all the ecologists, but this is a worldview. When empirists want to measure worldviews, which is always very difficult, they don't design specific surveys. They use the net. I have forgotten what is exactly the acronym, but this is a scale composed by different items, so different questions that are asked in surveys, and that allow to build an indicator of the environmental concern of people. And this indicator is very often used, but it seems that it is not very powerful as a predict. It is not a very powerful indicator of poor environmental behaviors. Values and biospheric values are better indicators. And it has been shown also that scientific literacy is not the main determinant of the variance in climate risk perception. Some studies found a positive correlation between the level of education and climate risk perception, but it is not so obvious, and cultural features may influence a lot climate risk perception more than scientific literacy. So the psychological variables that are usually considered are self-efficacy, environmental attitude, values, beliefs, life satisfaction, also perceived ecological threat, and so on. The main explicative variable is usually social norms. Social norms, what are exactly social norms? They are implicit codes, implicit rules of conduct, and you have here different definitions, but these definitions are not absolutely different. The common point is that social norms are shared by people. They are implicitly shared, usually. They are unwritten, they are informal, and they define what we expect of others and what others expect of us. This is what is called social norm. But when we speak about social norms, we have to distinguish them from personal norms. They are not the same. There is an influence, of course, but they are not the same. Purely social norms are not followed unconditionally. Usually, personal norms are followed unconditionally. When I consider my personal norms, these are my principles, and I follow them, whatever happens, or if I am not prevented to follow them. And why do I follow my personal norms? Because I may feel guilt or conscience or cognitive dissonance and so on. For the social norms, they will be enforced through extrinsic social forces, such as social approval or disapproval, inclusion in groups or exclusion, and in any case, to have these social norms enforced, you have to be in situations where behaviors are observable by the others. Observability is a condition to the enforcement of these social norms. They are also different from habits, from convention and legal rules, because they pertain to public action. They are rarely in the interest of the individuals who conform, and they are not a product of deliberate planning, such as legal rules. Among the different norms, a distinction is very often done between descriptive norms, injunctive norms, injunctive or prescriptive, this is the same thing, and prescriptive norms. A descriptive norm refers only to what most people do. So this is an information you can provide people, and this is what some programs do. Some, for example, for some programs of energy saving, they provide information about what people do. Or in some hotels, you may have an information saying 10% of customers don't ask their towels to be changed each day. When I say 10%, I don't know what it is, perhaps 65. But so this is a description of what other people do. This is a descriptive norm. An injunctive or prescriptive norm will describe what most people approve of doing. So most people think that towels should not be changed each day. And prescriptive norms are prohibitive by nature. This is something like the contrary, the opposite of a prescriptive norm. This is a prohibition. A prohibition, and so what others do not do or what they do not approve of doing. Descriptive and injunctive norms are actually very closely psychologically related. For somebody, when you explain, when you expose a descriptive norm, many people will think that this is something that is merely injunctive, because they feel very dependent of the external consideration. And injunctive norms are very often declined or they originate very often in descriptive norms. Descriptive norms are often interpreted by people as effective, because people think that if other people do like this is because it should be interesting. And so descriptive norms may have an impact beyond their true meaning, because people will be convinced by this descriptive norm. If everybody does so, why should I do differently? It has been found in some studies that prescriptive injunctive norms are more effective than others because they attract more cognitive attention than prescriptive injunctive norms. When you prohibit something, when something is forbidden, attention is more attractive to the behavior. And very often they imply a specific action. You know exactly what to do or what not to do. It is forbidden to smoke in this building. I don't know, but I think so. So it is forbidden to smoke. This is very clear. You know that you are not allowed to smoke. If an injunctive norm is given, it may be less clear. very in the real life, perception of what others approve, so injective norms, interact with perception of what others actually do, because it may be difficult to distinguish. There is also an interesting effect that appears in some empirical studies. The fact that when you provide a descriptive norm and an injunctive norm, the perception that people don't do, or the perception of what people don't do, may diminish the motivation of people to do that, and the motivation to obey to injunctive norm. And this is what is called a boomerang effect. And in some studies, people try to disentangle and eliminate this boomerang effect. So, for the moment, I only mentioned works of psychologists. And in economics, we don't have a lot of works. The only theoretical model or theoretical stream is a model by Benabou and Tirol. This is a model that translates simply, very simply, that translates the messages of the psychologist theory. They change words. They model behavior as a function of three factors: anticipated reputational effects, intrinsic motivation, and extrinsic motivation. Actually, this is a model where social norms act because reputational effects is an enforcement of social norms. And this reputational effects and perhaps also material cost can be motivated either by social concern or self-image concern. A point that is important also is that salience of the concern, of the topic, is a key determinant of the impact of a norm, and it depends on situational factors, so it depends on the time, it depends on the country, it depends on the sector for a firm, and so on. Another variable that is very often mentioned is social capital. Social capital, this is a very vague concept. Social capital is considered usually as composed of three principal components: networks, norms, and social trust. For example, a study on Chinese data measures social capital as a combination of four aspects. And the fourth, compared to the three I mentioned, the fourth one is social participation. So the fact to participate to collective deliberation, to participate to vote, and so on. They find in this study that the larger the stock of social capital, the higher the level of environmental knowledge, and the larger the positive effect on the implementation of pro-environmental behavior. This is not the only study. There are a lot of studies on the impact of social capital measured more or less like this on different behaviors, social behaviors, and specifically on pro-environmental behaviors. And there are also contextual factors. Contextual factors include objective factors such as monetary incentives, cost regulation, public policy. For example, the social norm not to smoke has been enforced by some bans in some locations. And nowadays, it is not forbidden to smoke in the street, but a huge number of people decided, or perhaps they didn't decide explicitly, but ended by not smoking in the street because they are accustomed not to be able to smoke in buildings, in their office and so on. And there are also subjectively perceived factors, for example, such as perceived resources available. Among the contextual factors, there is an important one, that is media exposure. Media exposure, and in most studies, mass media use is considered to have a positive direct impact on environmental behaviors. Actually, it has been shown that attitudes and behaviors are shaped by media content. But there can be differences, national differences, in media coverage of environmental issues, and these national differences reflect in national differences of environmental behaviors. There is also an issue of endogeneity, because journalists often treat topics as they feel that their readers will be interested. And so, for example, it has been long said in France, we were used to say that German people were more concerned by environmental issues than French people. I think it was true, and it is still true. And the coverage, the media coverage of environmental issues was not and is not the same in Germany and in France. For Italy, I don't have any clues, but you may have. It has also been shown that individuals' exposure to coverage related, for example, to the global warming from both traditional media and the internet have direct effects on their intentions to adopt pro-environmental behavior. And there is a direct effect, but there is also a mediating effect. It means that there is an interaction between media exposure and environmental beliefs, self-efficacy, and in the end, behavior. And this mediating effect is very often demonstrated in the studies by psychologists. So, I finished with media exposure, and the big transformation of the media landscape is represented by the arrival of social media. What do we call social media? Social media, the early definition was that it is an online structure where individuals use their own profiles to connect with other individuals by creating lists of friends' profiles. This was the first definition of social media. A broader definition is that this is a form of user-generated content. or online mediated content that is created outside of professionally produced and edited theaters. Actually, you may have intervention of institutions in social media, but they are not the main users and they are not the main intervenants or discussants in this social media. So it means that social media represents all the contents that are available online, all the contents from the simplest form post on social networking sites, but also all the comments that people leave on a news site, the reviews individuals write about restaurants or hotels, the blog posts, and all the emailed article lists on news websites. When we consider the social media use, it is both expressive, users express themselves, express their opinions, and it is consumptive. Consumptive, this is more the passive use of of social media, when individuals seek out news and information on their social media platform. For example, when I wake up each morning, I open my Twitter line and I read my Twitter line. I tweet very rarely, so I have only, or nearly only, a consumptive use of this social media. I was about to say that this is my only one, but I have also LinkedIn, but no Facebook. So, what are the specific features of social media? Scania, who is a researcher of TSC also, Scania wrote with co-authors a very interesting paper about the influence of social media in political life. She is very interested in political movements and so on. But I put this paper often in the remaining slides because they have a very interesting use on social media and their influence on failures. And so, for them, the most important distinguishing features of social media compared to traditional media is that there are very low barriers to entry, and they rely on user-generated content. There is no censorship, there is no control, and this is also what is viewed as the problem of social media by Gensgo and Shapiro, economists also, did an interesting work on the impact of social media. They underline that, of course, there are low barriers to entry, but this is also coupled with the possibility for the online media users to repost, to share, to copy content generated by others. And this can exacerbate the positive and the negative features of social media. And if we think about the negative, it may jeopardize the possibility to guarantee the quality of information that is obtained by traditional media. So these specific features and features of social media are represented here in a paper by Kitzman at Unife. I think this time they are not economists, but in the literature about social media, you have many communication people, marketing people, and so on. And they define social media as a honeycomb. So a combination of 7 functional building blocks, defining what makes the functioning of social media. So these 7 blocks are the fact that presence is signaled on the network, presence of users, so you know who is present or not at a moment. Identity, you know the identity of the users. You may not know exactly, because some networks allow to use nicknames, and so if you know really the person, and if you know his or her nickname, you know who is writing, but it may happen that it is not the case. 15 minutes, yes. Users are grouped. Users constitute communities. They relate to each other, and so these relationships are, of course, a basic component of these social networks. And users rely on the reputation of other users. This reputation may be very differently assessed. In some social media, this is assessed by the number of followers, by the number of retweets, by the number of shared contacts, and all these users are sharing contents or are conversing with each other. And all these functions have consequences on the feelings of users in these networks. So, if we consider the difference between social media and traditional media, traditional media rely on an on-the-way transmission mechanism. So, traditional media publish articles, and until very recently, it was all. They publish articles, and it was all. Nowadays, traditional media are also present on social media, or they allow on internet the possibility to comment the papers, to comment and to reshare on each website, on the website of each newspaper. You have the possibility to send by email the reference of the paper, to reshare, and so on. Only with the canard enchaîné in France, it is impossible. They are a very private website, and it is impossible to share anything. So, the specificity of social media is that they enable ordinary network users to become internet information. internet information providers. So, of course, this has an impact of disruption of the established hierarchies of communication. It erodes the power of traditional media. It may be at the expense of the quality of the news that or the stories that are exchanged. And social media is gradually replacing traditional media. It has been observed that social media has effectively shaped both social and personal norms and attitudes. And so we see that if this is the case, it should have an impact on pro-environmental behaviors. It favors also social comparison. And social comparison is a channel by which social norms can be enforced. So it will have an impact on pro-environmental behaviors. And it has been shown also that internet has also an indirect impact through mediating effects on environmental knowledge, on perceived pollution threats, and also with satisfaction with governmental action. So it is very often said that social media are a bad thing. They are a bad thing because they are characterized by homophilia. And this homophilia allows to constitute echo chambers and is a cause of polarization. Homophilia is observed in any network, offline and online. This homophilia is promoted by the functioning of the social media, by the algorithms that propose to you some contents in line with the contents you already read or you already liked. And so they can constitute echo chambers. These echo chambers are also called filter bubbles. So these echo chambers can exacerbate opinion polarization, but Gainsborough and Shapiro show that segregation in exposure to online news sources is comparable on social media to the segregation that is observed on offline media. So, in other words, it is not worse with social media than in the real life. And for Barbara, it may also another effect can be observed, the fact that social media may allow you to strengthen, to reinforce your weak ties with some people. People whom you wouldn't meet in the real life, but in social media you will read their opinion. Perhaps you won't react, but it can contribute to political moderation. And so for this both studies, social media are not the worst things. Another bad point about social media is the fact that they contribute to disseminate misinformation and disinformation. The difference between misinformation and disinformation is that misinformation has not the intent to deceive people. It may be false, inaccurate, but it is not voluntary. And it is not to mislead voluntarily. But this information is deliberately false and deliberately created with intent to deceive. Because social media have only very lax fact-checking standards online, it may exacerbate the dissemination of disinformation and misinformation. Another reason is also that on this social media, the immediate reactions are very often based on emotions. In real life, we try to contain these emotions. And so, when news evoke fear or anger, they are more shared than other ones. And this is very often the case for false news. So the structure of online social networks by nature influence this diffusion of misinformation. And for example, acceptance of misinformation is influenced by social norms, because when you trust information from some people of your networks, it will increase your ability to think that. So the rise of social media is associated with a major increase in circulation of false news stories. An interesting point is that, contrary to what we usually think, bots don't share more often false news than real people. So bots are not responsible. Bots, these are automated users. They are not responsible of the dissemination of false news. Real people do that very well. So there are links with traditional media. Traditional media are also users of social media, and we observe that the external sources that are mentioned by ordinary users are mainly sources from the traditional media. And for influential users, they come from very different sources. Another specific feature that is emphasized about social media is that they allow activism and mobilization for actions. So this was the case for many protest activity with a complementarity with between online and offline protest activities, and they allow to coordinate very easily. Another effect that is observable is that social media allow globalization. For example, some information about actions by the youth movement on climate change was shared about the patients around the world, and so a local issue can be information about a local issue can be disseminated across the world. There is a generational effect because younger people are more connected and are more using this social network. Now, all these specific impacts suggest that social media should have impacts on pro-environmental behaviors. What are the empirical studies on these relationships? First, a paper about influence of social media on beliefs about climate change. And so it doesn't go until environmental behavior. This is only a study of the influence of social media on beliefs. The main result in this paper is that it depends on countries. And in countries where governmental information is not cannot be trusted, like in Russia, Ukraine, New Zealand, United Kingdom. In that case, social media for news is positively related to increased pro-social beliefs about climate change. So this study was about climate change. Another study about the influence of social media on environmental awareness. In that case, this is a study that focuses on the trends, on the Google trends about climate change after some posts by celebrities or after some events that gave stories. And they show with diagram that there seems to be a correlation, and so they conclude that there is a correlation. And that's all. Another paper, reaction to a social media comparison site on purchases of environmentally friendly goods, with a disappointing result. It seems that the exposure to social media, according to this study, is not an effective means to changing values, norms, or behaviors. A study about behaviors, young people behaviors, adolescents, actually, they don't exactly study the impact of social media, but they speculate that social media may have an influence on the personal norms developed by the parents and best friends of the young that are observed, and so that there may be an impact of social media on these behaviors. Yes. So a paper about the influence of social media on green purchase intentions about millennials in the USA. Interesting point, women are more interested in pro-environmental behaviors, at least in the USA among millennials, than men. A field experiment with a Utah supermarket, and a surprising result. When people are exposed to a message in the Facebook group, or in a message by the newsletter or the printed journal of the Utah retailer, they don't have more pro-environmental behavior than the control group who didn't receive any information. So, disappointing also, determinants of recycling intention, analysis of the influence of social media on consumer behavior in the Philippines, effects compared to traditional media in China, and so that's all for the studies I found. And you may note that there were. I didn't mention all the studies I found on the impact of media, not exactly social media, but media. And there were a lot of studies with Chinese data. I think that this is because sample may be very large easily. But actually, there are no interesting and really reliable works on this topic in our countries, in European countries, and no studies linking observed pro-environmental behaviors with social media use. Here I quote Zuravskaya et al. This is my last slide. So I quote Zuravskaya and co-authors because they explain the big issues that are encountered in such in such projects of empirical research, there are many severe identification challenges. Actually, to identify a causal relationship, it would be needed, it would be necessary to find, at the moment, a credible exogenous source of variation. And social media are moving, always moving. And their functioning and their impact depend, of course, on their size, on their composition. The composition, this is all the relationships between people, but these relationships always change. Each morning, I accept or I refuse some connection, and I decide to follow some people. So, to disentangle the effects of the different aspects of social media, we should work ceteris paribus. How to do that? How to do that? And conducting experiments could be an interesting avenue, but it is something that is an invasive test, because by doing so you modify the behaviors. And in some studies that I mentioned, it was already the issue. The fact that people were surveyed about their recycling behavior or their food waste behavior at several times, even if they were not informed that a study was in progress, they modified either their behavior or their self-assessment. And this is also an issue. Nearly all the studies rely on self-declaration of intention or of pro-environmental behaviors. Or it would be necessary to observe actual behaviors in order to assess something that could be reliable. But if you observe pro-environmental behaviors, I think it will be difficult to observe also the presence and the activity on social networks. And if you observe social networks, you won't have the information about pro-environmental behaviors. So, if you have clues about the way to investigate more seriously the links between social media and pro-environmental behaviors, I think it would be very interesting.
Okay. May I ask you to come here so the people from home can hear you? Yeah. Sorry for that. There are people connecting from the woman. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you for the talk. That was wonderful. I'm also doing the Parsons survey-based experiment how people's social capital affect the environmental actions, motivation, and others. Also, by myself, I'm more algorithm person, so I'm always thinking in the longer run, fake news doesn't matter because other people can identify, okay, this is fake news. So in the end, how to convey the message that I think in the last slide that you are showing, important information shared social media, going to the right person, then that's good. So if it's not going to the person who don't care about that information, that's not necessarily good. So in my other study, people like the male and the female are defined by the brain science. So the brain science says male are more logic based, like A to B, B to C.
female is more holistic thinking by brain science. So I have shown by evidence that this is true. But given that suppose this is true, are you going to suggest that, okay, the male tend to be blah, 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 so that information A should be sent to this male. And female is more receptive about the different information. So the different information or different context of the message go to that. So I do want to say in this way that each person by person that information should be different. Or you want to say nothing like that particularly, but more trying to show that what you know, what we know in public. So I'm trying to ask which direction are you going ahead? I'm done. Thank you.
If I understand correctly, I think this is more a matter of policy to implement than a matter of understanding what happens. If male and female react differently, it is based on science. Yes, the policy should be to send different information. But what happens if these people take information only from social media? Because on social media, you cannot direct information. You cannot make that information will be only viewed by female or information will be only viewed by male. And so when I said that one of the features of social media was that they disturbed the usual communication channels between news provider and users. This is also the case between governmental agencies and people. And so I don't know exactly what would be the good level to counteract this matter, or perhaps to advertise in soccer vestiaire or in male sport clubs or something like that. But this is not social media.
Okay, thank you. I think that we should move to the coffee break. That is outside. And thank you for being here and for your speech.
Yeah, sorry for the technical issues. Go ahead.
I can start maybe. And start. Yeah. Okay, let's start again. Good morning, everyone. So, again, I'm Eleonora Forsky. I'm a junior assistant professor on circular economy and sustainable business model. At the moment, I'm a researcher at the Department of Management, but I got my PhD at the Department of Civil, Chemical, Environmental, and Materials Engineering. I'm an environmental engineer. And I'm also part of the Business Center of Bologna Business School on sustainability and climate change. As I was saying, it's my pleasure to be here and to put it in direct invitation because I'm a researcher on circular economy. I started this research in 2015, where the first circular economy action plan was published. And so it's quite interesting today to see the progress that happens every year in this field. And I'm bringing the greetings from Professor Paletta. He is the research team. The scientific coordinator of this project is Professor Paletta, Professor in Business Administration and Director of the Management Department. I'm Eleonora Forsky, and Dan Salimati is the data analyst of the team. Today, I will speak about the role of policy to influence corporate sustainability. And I will share the result of this collaboration we have with the Department of Knowledge, Employment, Business of Emilia Romagna region. But first, I would like to share the key points I would like to touch today. After a brief introduction about the impact of economic activities on climate change and vice versa, I would like to emphasize the strong sustainability that is driven by new mindsets and innovative business models. And within this context, we will speak about the role of policy and decision makers to influence the sustainability of economic activity. And specifically, I will present this survey we designed together with the Emilia Romagna region. The results coming from 3 years of collaboration and the key future research agenda. So, as we know, the global CO2 emissions of energetic systems and industrial processes are going to increase, accounting for 36 gigatons in 2020 and expected to achieve the highest level here. If we look at the situation at European level, the 40% of greenhouse gas emissions came from the industrial sector, and as you can see here, there is an exponential growth in the emissions from 2021 to 2022. So if we compare the first quarter of this year with the previous year, we had the same trend we are detecting at the global level. And the key contribution came from the household sector, followed by the energetic and the industrial one. But it's time to also investigate the impact of the climate change to economic activity. As reported in the last EPPC document, the number of mortalities in European countries are mainly motivated by the effect of heat waves that we register during the summer period. But the impact of the increasing power of marine current and the relative fruits is going to create additional impact on our local industries. So we can say that the call for sustainability arrived with the COVID crisis is not well managed at the moment. And why sustainability is crucial for business? We know that the key impact of this crisis has to be identified in the critical supply chain regarding the stable raw material supply and the price volatility. After the first lockdown, we had some connection with the local automotive industry that registered the highest demand of vehicle cars, but this demand could not be met because of the delay of raw materials. And this challenge has been transferred to other industrial sectors, including the food industry. So we think about the shortage of CO2. So let's think about the shortage of critical raw materials and metals in the electronic industry. So today, sustainability is crucial to manage the supply chain issue, but at the same time becomes the key point to answer the strategic position of the company in the long term. And of course, if we also consider the role of a circular economy, strategies based on circularity can save costs related to waste disposal, raw material supply, productions, and so on. So our final goal is to decouple the economic growth from the resource depletion. And it is possible considering the sustainability as the key element of the corporate vision and corporate mission. But if I speak as a researcher, at the moment, the scientific papers based on corporate sustainability are mainly theoretical, while the empirical research focuses the attention on specific products, specific business operations, and processes. So we need to consider which could be the added value that strong sustainability can create, and this point was addressed by the survey conducted by McKinsey 2 years ago, where they identified the so-called value-creating companies, registering the the added value that companies registered in the last 5 years after promoting investment in the field of sustainability and circular economy. And as you can see here, the key motivations are not to be found in the match of customer expectations, supplier expectations, but are related to a strategic positioning of the company. But if you look at the second picture, when we speak about strong corporate sustainability, the first point to address is the definition of target and long-term targets established for 2013 to 2015, and then come back to the present, define the gap and the roadmap to ensure the achievement of these targets. And of course, we need to reconsider the governance of the company, but at the same time, the accountability system covers a crucial role. We should include in our companies the sustainability balance scorecard to manage the multiple value that a sustainable company can create. So, to do that, we need a new mindset, and this is something we call system thinking. We should go beyond the border of our organization to look at the system in which the company is located and understand which are the key elements that can affect our business. Identify the key bottlenecks to transform them in business opportunities. And this is the sustainable business thinking. But of course, when we want to operationalize the thinking, we need to consider the transfer of our goals into operations, into the business model. And here, I reported this paper where the key elements supporting this strong corporate sustainability are defined. But how to move towards sustainable business model? Also, in this case, the research is quite dynamic, we can say, because there are a lot of definitions. We have no harmonized definition on sustainable business model, but after a scientific review of existing paper, we can identify which are the key elements of a sustainable business model. First, the creation of multiple values, social, economic, and environmental ones. Then these values should be not only transferred to customers and captured by investors. It's important to define a wide range of stakeholders, including policy and decision makers. And the third point is to move our mindset from short term to medium and long term. And in accordance with these key elements, we try to manage everything in the survey I mentioned before. But here we can see the key difference between a business as usual context and a sustainable business model. First, move towards long-term profitability. Let's try to include innovative managerial capabilities and try to apply these inside-out and outside-in techniques to strengthen the connection with the system. Apply a broad stakeholder engagement and equally work in circular economy as a big picture on the entire value chain to ensure that the intrinsic value of materials and products is also retained in future stage of the chain, thus promoting the close of the loop. So, which is the role of policymakers in supporting the broad stakeholder engagement, multi-value creation processes, and so on? We used to consider traditional approaches of policymakers that are based on command and control. Let's think about the monitoring systems of the externalities generated by industrial activities. We can consider the progress of the so-called good tax. Let's think about the actual role of the carbon tax, the upcoming plastic tax. But in the sustainability field, it's important to push the very competitive stage for business model innovation. And to do that, it's important to first recreate the institutional framework conditions under which enterprise operates, and then establish incentives and economic support for companies. And this is the approach we adopted in our project. So let's introduce this collaboration. We started in 2018, and the aim is to define the sustainability profile of economic activities located in the Emilia-Romagna region, to identify which are the gaps and how public funds can be redesigned to fill that gap. And this work started in 2014, where the region published the regional law on corporate responsibility, and a year later the Charter of Corporate Social Responsibility, and establishment of this award called Innovative Responsible. At that time, the region felt the need to start monitoring the impact of this initiative, and we started collaborating with the region, designing this questionnaire aimed to investigate all the elements affecting the strong corporate sustainability. We did a first pilot during the summer in 2018. The questionnaire was based on voluntary scheme. We collected 123 questionnaires. We elaborated the results to improve the structure of the survey. And the official launch happened in 2019, and we are still collecting and elaborating data. This year, the region defined a multi-criteria decision system to use these results, this data to organize the next investment within the structural program and the cohesion scheme. And we also identified a limitation. We provided one questionnaire for all the companies located in the region, but it was quite difficult to consider the same innovative practices for manufacturing companies or professional activities and so on. So this year we work to improve the structure of the questionnaire, providing two different versions to different sectors within the region. And every year, together with the region, we publish this report. It is available online. And let's now move to the key structure of the survey. It's a quite long questionnaire with 116 questions, divided into 5 key areas that are the relationship that the company has with the suppliers, with the customers, with the employees, followed by a comprehensive study on the consumption of raw materials, energy, plastics, the management of waste, and byproducts or scraps. And the final area covers all the elements related to planning, control, and communication strategy. This survey is actually mandatory, so all the companies receiving public funds from the region should fill in this questionnaire. And the data has been elaborated by my colleague with a factor analysis. Let's start to examine the results of these 3-year collaboration. So at the moment, we have the results from 2,488 companies. We divided the sample considering the companies that receive public funds and the companies that have been awarded in the last 3 years. As you can see here, the sample is characterized by the massive presence of micro enterprise, followed by small and medium enterprises. So our goal is mainly on small medium enterprises. If we consider the analysis by sector, the key contribution came from the manufacturing sector, followed by the wholesale and retail. And if we consider this analysis by territorial district, the key data were collected in Bologna, Modena, followed by Ravenna, Emilia, Parma, Piedmont. And another preliminary investigation we did is to connect the core of the region with the territorial area. Of course, the core oriented to revitalize historic centers are more diffused in mountain areas. The core promoting touristic activities are more affecting the area close to Ravenna and Rimini and so on. So we have not the time to go deeper with each section of the questionnaire, but I tried to put here some results. The first one are within the first macro area we included in the survey, so the relationship of the companies with the suppliers. The first factor is based on conventional criteria companies adopt to design the supply chain. The second one is based on innovative criteria that can foster sustainability along the supply chain. As you can see, of course, the key impact came from the big corporations followed by medium and small. But if we look at the sector, we can consider a huge balance among food, general manufacturing sectors and construction sectors. But if we move the attention to innovative practices, there is a huge effort done by the construction sector and the strategies in the area. So what about the relationship with the customers? This section is mainly based on the practices implemented by the company to enforce the communication. As you can see here, we need to invest more on small and medium companies. And another key point is the major effort needed from the fashion sector. But I think these results may change the following years because of the entrance into force of the textile strategy at European level and then at the local level. Moving to the relationship with employees, we can say that in the region that there is a huge commitment to improve the work conditions of employees. As you can see here, we have quite good performance among big corporations, small and medium enterprises, and in all the manufacturing companies. So another critical point at the moment is the management of energetic resources. Here again, we need to put effort in the fashion industry, while the others are quite well committed to implement energy efficiency operations within their companies. What about the practices to manage and valorize waste and industrial scraps? Here we have good performance in all the companies, typically look at the site, with the exclusion of the micro enterprises. And if we consider, maybe I can move because of the time, to another important strand of this target, it is the role of eco-design and circular economy. Here we need to invest more on the valorization of biomass and the implementation of practices concerning the food sector, while we have quite good performance in the automotive, in the construction, and in the metal sector, because there are a tradition in the implementation, of course, of eco-design criteria, reinforcing the assembly, and so reparability, remanufacturing, and so on. So let's look at the data, also considering the sector in which we are. The last one is about the commitment of companies to disclose environmental information. Here we have a strong effort from big corporations, of course, because of the resources available for these activities. But if we look at the sector, again, we have a gap in the fashion sector. So which are the key findings? It's important to consider demand-based policy to identify the gap and try to reorientate investments towards the companies that need to promote sustainability. This work is also crucial to monitor the progress and the effect of local policies. So the effect of the circular economy law and the effect of the upcoming strategy on the prevention of plastic. At the same time, if we look at the corporate perspective, we need to allocate more funds in the small and medium enterprise, among small medium enterprises, in order to push activities improving the sustainability of the supply chain, improving the innovation of products, and the establishment of a circular economy practice. What about the future? As I said, we improve the structure of the questionnaire, creating two different versions, one for service and the other one for production. We are actually working to integrate financial data, focusing the attention on the manufacturing sector, where we have the majority of results. And we are also supporting the region to define the course within the new program. And collecting the data, we will be able in the future to monitor the progress for the same company, and so see also the effect of this new program, this new call into the sustainability performance of the company. Thank you very much, and here, if you would like to ask something more. The name of the report, yeah, it's Innovatori Responsabili in Italian and Contratti. You can find it in the website of the Romagna region. But we also have a publication regarding the results of the pilot, and we are actually paper under review in another project. So maybe I can share with you this document. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, very interesting. Very good idea. The question that I have is, what we have probably decided is that it's a standard of all the million London done so that we do the protocol.
Yeah, exactly.
So, first question is, do you have the population of trying to get the policy that the first question is if you have the density of the entire population of the two first, and second, whether we plan to cover in future also the non-treated one, because that represents a strong factor with respect to the role of the policy.
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. At the moment, we have no data about the entire population of economic activity. located in the region, so we cannot understand which is the percentage that are out of the study. And at the same time, it's really difficult to collect data from companies that are not involved in these funding schemes, because of course here it's mandatory for companies to fill in the questionnaire, but it's quite challenging engaging with other companies. Yeah, it's just a logistical issue. Of course, we would like to integrate people in the survey, but in this case, the key issue is data collection. Thank you very much. So next presenter is Sandro Montresor from GSSI L'Aquila. 5 minutes, no. 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
Excellent. So I will try to monitor myself. Does it work?
Yes, it does. I'm just pinning your presentation.
Right. Right. So good morning, everybody. It's really a pleasure to meet people in person after a while after a long queue of virtual presentation. So unlike the previous one, and as far as I've heard, also unlike the following one, what I'm going to present is a pretty standard academic paper, okay? Which, however, fits with the focus of the session on surveys because the paper uses a survey, okay? Not a new primary one, but the kind that has just been presented. Is a separate academic survey, maybe well known to the majority of to some of you, about which, however, we make a sort of new use. Okay, so that is fitting with the topic of the session. Okay, this is a joint work together with Unife, who is also from the Advanced Social Sciences, by myself, and Antonio Mazzanti, who is now at the Rennes School of Business in France. Okay. The agenda presentation is pretty standard, so we'll definitely skip it for question of time and move to the motivation. So the paper is being motivated by the great hype that's been attracting nowadays that the this twin transition. So the idea of combining the green transition with the digital transformation, more precisely making the digital transformation functional to the green transition. Okay, there's a lot of policy discussion, especially in Europe, strong recommendations by European policymakers to basically combine the two transitions. Unfortunately, however, the academic research of the topic is still pretty scant. Okay, we don't know that much from academic research. What we know that the process, the combination of the two is indeed a complex dynamics, which is at least twofold. Because on the one hand, we have the issue of green digital technology. So the issue of digital technology should be greener because they absorb a lot of energy, they use rare and unavailable raw materials, they also pollute, they create waste that is difficult to dismantle, and so on and so forth. Then there's the side of digital forwarding. It is the fact that digital technologies can be used, as we showed yesterday, by interesting keynote speech. They can be used for the sake of sustainability. Okay? Furthermore, there's little evidence yet about the fact that this green transition has got a lot of geographical variety. Not all the places are equally well equipped to go along the transition. Okay? That's why, together with Alessandro Frangiani and Alberto Marzucchi, we have recently launched a special issue regional studies where we are tracking papers on the geography of the twin transition. Okay? And the paper I'm going to present is actually one of the paper candidates to the special issue. Now, given that the issue is quite complex, in order to treat it in a paper, we have tried to reduce the issue. So first of all, we have left aside the green digital story. Okay, it's not in the paper. And furthermore, we have somehow we find also the digital for green story. So what we have as a focus in the paper is a specific relationship, which is that between the adoption of I4O technologies, so recent wave of digital technologies, and not simple environmental performance, but firms' eco-innovation. So there is a subdomain of the general digital for green story, okay? Which is the priority, given those data there. So a lot of the reduction in CO2 emissions is expected to come from technologies we do not have yet. So that's really a very crucial issue. It has been surprisingly scant investigated. In best of our knowledge, these are the only 3 papers where the total issue is being addressed, but unfortunately with no attention for geographical issues, which is really a shame and unfortunate, but given the large regional disparities that the unfolding of the true transition is creating. Not only the green one, but we are all inherited the idea of the just transition fund, right? But also a digital transformation is creating, disparities and leaving places behind, okay? Especially in the contraposition between urban and rural areas. So more or less densely populated areas, more or less infrastructurally key areas, okay? And that's also important because recently the European Commission has launched this long-term vision for new rural areas, where it explicitly recognizes that the trade transition is a crucial opportunity for rural areas to catch up. Okay, so in order to fill this gap, what we try to do in the paper is pretty simple. We want to see whether the link between the firm's adoption of iPhone technologies and the introduction of IE varies with the nature of the places where firms are based. Okay, we do that through a number of intermediate aims which represent our hypothesis, so I will move it later on, and tell you which is actually the final aim of the paper. So the final research question is that, are urban firms, as we do expect, actually better placed to leverage iPhone technologies for the sake of innovation? That is really the research question. Now, in terms of background study and hypothesis, no time to go through the 3 hypotheses that we have in extensive way, so please apologies, but just state them and briefly tell you how we have supported. Okay? The first hypothesis simply claims that firms in urban areas should have a higher capacity to introduce innovation than those that are based in rural areas. Okay? This hypothesis in the paper is being developed by extending to the green realm the famous innovation and collaboration consensus, according to which, quoting Florida, cities are required to have innovation. It's not simply that innovation occurs more in cities, but what Florida says, that innovation requires cities. Okay, so and in extending this to the IE realm, what you get is 2 views. So on the one hand, we have what we call the standard urban view, according to which the agglomeration economy stories holds true also with respect to innovation when you follow a science, technology, innovation part of it, STR, right? And then you have paper confirming that. But there's also what we have termed a non-standard rural view, which comes from rural business studies and a different research stream, which shows that when you take a DOE approach to innovation, that is a DOE using an interacting approach rather than a standard hard STI, well, if you use that approach, well, rural areas are also well placed for innovating because they have natural resources, they have biodiversity, they have this nice network of SMEs which can mobilize and interact among them, right? So while the standard view is there, and that's why we have put forward this hypothesis according to the standard view, in interpreting the results, we retain also the non-standard one. The second hypothesis maybe requires less discussion. It simply claims that firms in urban areas should have or expected to have a higher capacity to digitalize according to the iPhone technology. Okay. Now here, very briefly, there's evidence of the famous digital urban-rural divide. Okay, there's evidence. It's not really a surprise. However, If you look at literature, well, what you have a number of regional case-based evidence, not so much cross-country evidence, and very little evidence at the firm level. That is, of a gap in the firm's adoption of technologies of this kind, okay? Which, however, following the literature we think can be put forward in the way we have. Okay? The third hypothesis is possibly the most important one. Is twofold. The first part claims that firms can be expected to use IT technologies for innovating, irrespectively from the place where they are. And part B, those that are located in urban areas should be better placed than those in rural ones in doing that. Okay? So the first part, so part A of the hypothesis, is an attempt of retasting for a wider set of countries. Well, myself and Antonio have already found in respect to it. We have a previous paper which used a very large sample of Italian firms, which shows that Italian firms actually that invest in digital technologies have a higher capacity to innovate. This is a quite robust result that with respect to Italy. What we try to do here is to try to see whether it goes through across a wide number of countries. While the second part of the hypothesis is the most focal for the paper, try to see whether a firm's location has a role in moderating this relationship. And we expect so, looking at the literature and realizing that in order to have the true translation, these places need digital ecosystems where digital technologies interoperate among them. They have a minimum set of endowments. And unfortunately, this is not the case yet in rural areas, because in rural areas, you get a number of white spots which make the digital ecosystem less dense, less connected, and therefore we expect that the tree transition should work less in rural than in urban areas. Okay? Right. These are the three hypotheses that we try to test, and here it comes the relevant part for the title session. We try to test using the EU Flash Eurobarometer 4X survey on SME startups and scale-up entrepreneurship. This is a survey which belongs to the family of the Eurobarometer ones. You will know data available, freely available, no need to get mad to get it, okay? Which have pros and cons. The pros is that is quite a wide multi-country survey. It covers all the European countries, also now the non-European one, 40 countries, which is quite a lot. Second class is that it sampled firms of any size, from individual to large firms. So it's very extensive. The kind of results we can get from this survey can be deemed general to a certain extent. The cons are that the survey is a flash kind of survey, so it's only ran through a party, which introduced problems of respondent biases, potential group of liars, and so forth, which, however, are not that dramatic problematic, as we argued in the paper that we have written in 2014. And finally, this is cross-sectional, okay, which actually hampers the construction of causality relationship, but still, the nice thing is that the survey is very wide, and you can pick up questions to build up nice instruments for instrumenting potential endogenous bias. Okay? Now, there's a new feature in this Eurobarometer survey that we use. Let me tell you that in spite of the title, SMEs, the records here Commission focus on SMEs, but the data set covers all the firms, so also large, okay? So we use the full data set, but there's a new feature of this Eurobarometer, which is pretty nice, which basically, in this survey, firms for the first time have been asked to declare the kind of area in which they are based, okay? Which is a quite nice sort of way to get the location of these firms whose data are anonymous. So there's no way to get the generalization of these data. So as a general way, this problem, you get this question, which allows you to get an immediate geotype localization of another anonymous private data, okay? Which is nice. You don't need to get mad in, finding where firms are. They tell you yourself. Of course, that's the risk of subjective variation in flagging areas. Even respondents might have different ideas of the places where they are, even when they flag the same urban, rural, and so, right? However, given the way in which the question has been flagged in the survey, we are confident that there should be a certain amount of homogeneity in the response. Okay, this should be reliable and comparable. Okay. However, in order to be sure that this subjectivity issue is not really an issue, what we have done in the paper, we have left out non-European countries like US, Norway, Iceland, US, Japan, Brazil, where possibly the perception of the area is different from the European. Okay? And we have focused just on these 36 European countries, large sample of firms for that period. Okay? Now, roughly, very quickly to the empirical application, we have a pretty simple dependent variable which tells us whether the firm has introduced an innovation with environmental benefits. So a very wide idea of innovation of any kind, although we have also controls that will tell you later on. Main regressor are basically two. This one is not a dummy. By the way, this is not a problematic issue of the study, which usually allows you to build up only dummy variables. This is an issue. You get very little categorical variables, one continuous variable only, which is an issue. Close us up. So the dummy that we build up is a dummy which takes value 1 if the firm has adopted at least one of the i4 technologies that are listed there, okay, which are the usual suspects under that heading. And then we have this dummies that basically tells us where the firm is based either in the urban area, whether it is large or small, or in a rural one, which in the estimate we use as a benchmark. Okay? I have no time, but let me tell you that we have tried to capture finite covariates of eco-innovation, which are pretty standard in the literature, the role of policy, technology, the market, and then pretty standard structural controls in terms of science, age, and industry and country. So, okay, so let me go to the econometric strategy. The econometric strategy is an instrument similarly unrelated by variant products. So let's make this simple. We do believe that eco-innovating and digitalization are not two independent choices. We believe, and actually the data tell us that the two processes are not independent. Okay, there's a correlation among the error terms of those two equations. First one, which are best eco-innovation, is digital, controlling for urban, and the second one, digit, which actually also control for urban. And that's why we go for that kind of model. Furthermore, we have, of course, the problem of heterogeneity of the main regressor. Okay, reverse causality, not observed factors, but here we found a nice question in the survey to instrument that variable. It's a question which among the barriers to digitalize, ask them on the question, is it the case that you have no interest at all in digitalization? We pick up that instrument for digital, okay, because it's expected impact of eco-innovation should pass through digital people. And finally, for the sake of identification, we have omitted green policy support from the question. I have just 4 minutes, so I have to run. So there's a table 3 where we get 3 panels. The AE equation and the digital equation each and every panel. Moving from left to right, we have progressively inserted the digital regressor in the second panel and the interaction between digit and urban to see whether the localization affects our relationship. Okay. Here I omit the comments that I would have on the controls and go straight through to the points. Okay. So what you get there, for surprise, there's no positive relationship between urban location and eco-innovation, but a negative one. So not only is not hypothesis 1 confirmed, it is even reversed. So it seems that those firms that are in rural areas do have an advantage with respect to urban ones. So agglomeration economies not seem to be that crucial, okay, compared with natural resources, biodiversity, and the other arguments. And this is also confirmed by this other table here, where we have unpacked the urban dummy into large and small. Okay, you got 2 dummies against the benchmark, forgot to mention, which is the rural. Okay, what you have here is that both the dummies are negative and significant, like in the previous table, but the coefficients are not significantly different among them, which means that large urban areas are not less disadvantaged with respect to urban ones. Okay, so here again is a trace of fact that the agglomeration and urbanization economies in this case might not be that important. Let me skip the second hypothesis because I think that this is really expected. Urban and digital, there's a positive correlation there. As expected, urban firms are more capable to digitalize than rural ones. So let me go to the most important results, which has to do with, first of all, the fact that there's a positive correlation between digitalization and innovation. So as we did expect, those firms that get digital with the I4 paradigm are also more capable to eco-innovate. Okay, and this is a confirmation of the results that we already found with respect to Italy, with respect to a wide set of countries. And this is our focal point. The interaction between digital and urban is positive and significant, confirming that although it's true that urban firms are more capable to eco-innovate, but the transition works to a lesser extent in rural areas than in urban areas. Okay, and this is actually the main takeaway message of the paper. There are signs of the twin transition, but the twin transition seems to work well in urban rather than rural. Okay, now in the remaining 30 seconds or so, I just give you that the results that we obtain are pretty robust in different extent, and then I close. First of all, we have tried to deal with homogeneity in a more serious way. We have gone for the conditional recursive mixed process, which basically regress the second equation in a recursive way, and results remain pretty much robust. We have done also another thing. Given that one might claim expect no interest in digitalization, it's not really nice instrument because firms in ICT, of course, they are all interested in digital things. And the same holds true, for example, for high ICT sector. In order to get rid of this problem, we have omitted from the sample firms in ICT sectors, and results remain pretty much robust. We have also go for another dependent variable. This is pretty much important. We have looked at not eco-innovation in general, but technological innovation. That is, we have plugged with the dummy those firms that, in addition to an eco-innovation, is also declared to have gone for a product or a process innovation. Okay, so this is really a technological eco-innovation, and results remain robust. And to conclude, we have repeat the analysis for the full sample of 40 countries, so adding Brazil, Canada, Japan, and the US. And quite interesting, results remain the same, suggesting that there are no differences in the executive perception declaration of firm location. Okay, they do not affect the results. And I'm basically done, so I might just leave this last slide as a sort of memory for discussion. So first result says that rural areas are an important basis of firm size, okay, which is a nice piece of news for European policymakers, not only in terms of net zero transition policy, but also in terms of cohesive objectives, okay? So basically, rural policy might be very important in the two policy realms. Rural areas are digitally divided for development at firm level. So here we have already a number of digital policy for rural areas that should be kept up. Okay? And finally, as I told you, we have found signs of a clear transition across the board, so across Latin countries, but to a greater extent in urban than in rural areas, which means that if it's true that rural areas might find interesting opportunities in the twin transition, it remains true that twin transition policy works less in those contexts than elsewhere. And this is something that needs to be retained, doing what the European Commission called the rural proofing of policy. In that comments, the European policy saying, whenever we propose a policy, let us make a rural proofing. Let us control whether it works well in rural areas. So our exercise is sort of kind of making such a rural proofing. And the result of rural proofing is the one that I mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Did I respect my time? Okay. Good.
Questions? Okay, can you come over? and then we have Claudia.
Thank you, Professor, for the wonderful presentation. I was thinking about the fact that the survey includes a lot of different countries. I was thinking, did you think about a way control for the different level of urbanization of those different countries? So I'm thinking Italy is less urbanized than others, northern countries, so maybe there could be some differences between just around the
Yeah, can I play now or? Yeah, no, this is a very good point. So for the time being, we just have country governments, okay, that should control for a country difference among distributed, okay? That could be an idea. I mean, one could think of also utilizing the econometric models for different groups of countries in terms of urbanization. That's the point that should be controlled for. For the time being, we just have country governments, which should make our econometrically safe.
Thank you, yes, it was also very interesting. And I was wondering, since you said that there's a positive relation between digitalization and urbanization, did you investigate the motivation to this, like for example, more amount of financial support, etc.? I remember that there was a slide like that.
No, we didn't. We didn't because I mean, we know whether the areas is urban or rural. Okay? We don't have any idea what which is the area. Okay? So that's not really, it's not really possible to control which features of that area might have explained the results. But the only information we can rely on are those provided by firms that these are, say, individual responses and have to do with firm specific factors, not so much factors concerning the area. Okay, so we have a number of responses about the barriers that firms declare. There's also a response about the say gap in infrastructure, the gap in broadband diffusion. Okay, which we control for, but we didn't get much out of that way. But your point is very relevant. But the unfortunate thing is that we do not have information about those areas apart from their simple nature. Okay?
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
Yeah.
Francesco, please.
Very quickly, thank you very much for your great presentation. Just one question about the control. You talk about green policy support, meaning it was self-reported to by the firms, and it means that they had some kind of financial support.
No, but that gives me the opportunity to make an important point. That is the only declarative question that we have about policy support. Right? Now, one objection that we got in the previous presentation is that negative correlation that we have between urban and IE might be due to the fact that firms in rural areas might receive more funding for that innovation than those in urban ones. Okay, and that policy I think might actually drive our results. However, this is not reflected in the paper. If you check the number of firms that receive that subsidy, the portion in rural and urban areas is pretty much the same. So the result is not driven at least by that policy control. But going to your question is the only info that we have a self-declaration about whether firms have received some kind of support, not clear which kind, for getting toward environmental sustainability. But thank you for the question.
Any questions? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sandro. So this is Claudia Ghisetti from Bicocca. Yeah. It's very clear that
No, not at all. Okay, then you stop me. It is not working. Yeah, maybe I can.
Okay, so thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be back. So thank you for inviting me here. What I'm going to talk today about is this joint work with people in home and also online. And it will be based on the data set that Massimiliano presented yesterday. So I think I can save a bit of my time in not having to describe the data set, because it's based on the data set that CERCIS collected in this department. So what we do in this work is to try to understand the circular economy from the point of view of understanding the organizational setups that are needed or not needed in order to support the transition towards circular economy practices within firms. Why we believe it is important? Because, of course, there is evidence in innovation studies that organizational setups, organizational settings, so the way firms organize internally to work, to innovate, and to perform, and the way firms organize their human resource management is supporting economic performance, is supporting innovation, but we still find little investigation on how organizational setups would affect the circular economy transition. So this is where we position the paper, trying to apply literature that we know suggests for the role of organizational setups in explaining innovation and economic performance to the realm of circular economy practices. We understand circular economy practices as a field that is very close to the field of innovation, so we treat that as very between. And then we know that organizational change has been found to be complementary to the adoption of innovation in terms. And we also know that organizational change not only is complementary to innovation, but that complementarity is also favoring productivity gains within firms. But at the same time, we know from a certain extent that innovation can be treated as different from circular economy. Because what we know is that the circular economy transition needs more systemic analysis than traditional technological one. And for that, we believe that, especially for the case of circular economy, we may need stronger effort also in the organization to make that transition effective. What we do try then is to understand organizational setups along three main dimensions that we would call employees' involvement, evaluation performance, and recruitment and training. The first, that would be a variable in the data setting, the first dimension would be to understand how much the firm communicates to and involves its own employees during the critical aspects of company's life, knowing that increasing employee involvement may impact positively on their performance and also on innovation. So there is an expectation of a positive effect of this dimension over the adoption of circular economy practices. Second dimension that we will be considering is evaluation performance. So any practice aimed at implementing performance evaluation mechanism or incentive-based payment methods with its own employees, knowing that, again, there is an expectation that in introducing evaluating performance mechanisms within all organizations can improve employees' performance, and by improving employees' performance indirectly and dynamically, that would imply higher economic performance, higher investment, and higher possibility to invest in innovation and translate their investments into new innovative practices. So again, we expect a positive effect of this dimension in the analysis. And then the last dimension we're considering is recruitment and training. So the implementation of changes in recruitment and training for new employees. And in extreme summary, this dimension would capture all those practices that are capable of increasing what we would call the firm's absorptive capacity. So the capacity of the firm to learn more and translate more knowledge that has been created elsewhere into all firm's boundaries. So then we expect also for this dimension a positive effect related to circular economy adoption. The way we operationalize these variables is the following. We have, luckily enough, the data set collected by this university asks firms to report along this list of possible practices. I'm not going to read them all. Those practices can be grouped by visible component analysis into the three dimensions I listed before. So employees involvement would capture the first the first six colored green dimension. So anything that is sorry, the preparing training would call the first six dimension green. Anything that is related in a way to different training, and then we have the evaluation and pay for performance and the employee involvement in Babel. By the way, the results that I'm going to show are the same if we compute dummy variables instead of using the PCA related variable for this case. Then, if we want to state a bit these variables, what we have here is a map of Italian regions in the 2 years. So in green, about the first wave, and in red, the second wave. As Massimiliano explained yesterday, we have 2 waves of the same survey. And what we observe is basically that these practices are showing the same map, if you want. Those 6 maps are basically the same in terms of what we would call. There is not such big change between the 2 waves, and there is not such big change along the 3 dimension of organizational practices. And the same would apply if we were to do the same map to provincial mass data instead of mass 2. At the same time, we are trying to combine this picture with the picture of circular economy adoption in our firms. So we constructed a basic circular economy adoption variable that is taking 1 in case the firm has adopted any kind of circular economy related innovation, be it in water related activities, be it in waste related activities, be it in energy related activities. In particular, we have 10 dimensions and possible innovation related to the circular economy, and that variable would be 1 in case of adoption of 1 or 10 of them. And here, first thing that I would say is that if we were to plot the same maps, they are very comparable also to what I showed before. So the same region that you would call with a high intensity of regional circular economy adoption in the 2 years. So of course, the picture would slightly change when you compute the share of firms. Here we are computing the absolute values. Here we are scaling with respect to the number of firms in the region. But what I want to point your attention to is just the counting. Figuring that there may be something, of course, with current estimation. And the same in economies. Then, so the first part of the story we're trying to build is a part of the story in which we try to understand the role of organizational setups in explaining circular economy practice adoption at the firm level using this panel of 2 waves of Italian firms. Then we try to add a second idea to the paper that is very much related to what Sandro presented before, so I'm very lucky that I don't have to explain what is the transition. So I will give my time to tell you some thinking and doing about this transition. That is, we have understood what it is and what is the policy trajectory of this transition. I think we don't really know which level is the appropriate level to look at the transition map. So is it the firms that needs to be cleaned internally? So are we saying that the same firm should be digitalized and should be green at the same time? So are we in need of firm level analysis that look at the green transition at the firm level, assuming that as an assumption that the same firm should be in the same moment be for green and digital, knowing that these two technologies are very different from each other. At the same time, or again, should it be the technology that should be green? So, do we need to have this technological solution that favor practices? So, should we ask for technologies that are digital in having sustainable application or sustainable in having digital applications? Or are we thinking about aggregate level of analysis? So is it the region, is it the country that should be green? So possessing enough competencies in the two domains, favoring a green transition of these two domains that may remain a parallel if you want. Of course, I don't have an answer. What we are observing is an increasing amount of literature that is focusing at this different level of analysis. What we do in this paper is to look at the micro level, so we're trying to combine the information at the level of the firm, but I'm not taking a position against this question that is it appropriate to look at the green transition at the firm level, because I understand it may be that maybe the aggregate level is more of interest, and we have at the regional level some work that are doing that analysis, looking at regions. So the way we analyze the point is to construct a measure of utilization of the firm, constructing the binary variable taking one if the firm benefited in some way from a general term that is from the program Industry 4.0, Industry 4.0. We actually don't know the way in which the firm benefited from that program. We just know that the firm served there to have benefited from this program in a way. And to give you some number, 23% of the sample declared to have benefited from this program. So in our way, 23% of the sample would be digital in a way. Then we have the circular economy variable, as before, and we have that 39% of the sample has adopted some sort of circular economy practices. And in this way, twin would equal 1 at the intersection of digital and circular economy. And in this sense, we have that 13% of the sample can be considered as twin. The empirical analysis would look not directly at twin, but at digit. And in particular, we would try to test whether being digital can moderate the effect of organizational setups in favoring circular economy adoption. In a way, basically, I think Sandro maybe will support to motivating it in terms of literature. So I want any discussion on how the literature would support them to test for the role of digitalization in shaping circular economy adoption. So again, I think we just tell you that if you plot the digital adoption in region, and if you plot the green adoption in region, it's basically the same picture that we have seen for circular economy. So this is what I wanted to point with this picture. But it would also be the same if you would plot the patent application in green technologies in the same year, and quite the same if you would plot the patent application in digital technologies. And it is also the same, basically, if we would look at another form for measuring the green transition, that is to look at publication data. So in this figure, and then I'm going to the details of the paper, but in this figure, what we do, and this is taken from another joint work, not written yet, with here we look at Web of Science publication in digital and green scientific domains. And we decided whether each and every publication was having a green and digital content. And if we plot the scientific publication in the green, digital, and green in Italian regions, that is the picture that comes out. If you want more information, then I think I can take a question on this. So the empirical is very straightforward. We have a Italian variable that is circular economy adoption. We have the main variables of interest. There are the three organizational practices that I've shown before. And we have a set of controls that include technology push and investment planning, the size of the enterprise, The geographical area the region is located into, northeast, northwest, central, and south islands, and the technological maturity of the sector and the exporting propensity of the firm. We treat the same analysis in two ways. We first look at the unbalanced panel, so just merging the two ways, and also on the balanced panel, so just keeping the focus on the firms that have responded to both the first year the survey was launched and the second year the survey was launched. The results are basically robust to these choices. And secondly, we try to understand the second research question, that is whether digitalization is moderating the effect of organizational collapse in the probability to observe circular economic practices. And what we get is basically a confirmation of our expectations. So the way firms to organize internally is helping explaining their capability to transform their activities into actual circular economic activity, involving employees into the third companies' life, keeping them informed on the strategic points and objectives helps circular economy. Investing into training of employees or hiring highly qualified personnel helps transforming, helps increasing the absorptive capacity and helps favoring the circular economy adoption. But at the same time, employees need to be given the right level of incentives in order to transform the practices into actual innovation. And this is the story that I told you translated into results. So the three main variables are found to be significant and positive across the different testing and specification. And here, if you would like to read the margins, of course, it's not so easy because it comes from a DCA, so you cannot read the element of the DCA directly. And here the controls. So what we get is the first, okay, before doing that, I also wanted to tell you this. I have one minute more. So I also wanted to tell you this. So first hypothesis is basically confirmed across all the different testing we could make. It's very robust. The second hypothesis actually is not confirmed by all. I mean, digitalization is fine to be the driver of circular economy adoption, although we have not treated it yet in a very precise way. I mean, following some of the presentation probably we should also account for the homogeneity of digitalization, and maybe this would lead us to better results. Because the result that we get is when we are trying to test for our second hypothesis, we basically see no significant interaction effect. It may be driven by the homogeneity of digitalization, so we should control for that. I hope so. If I were to bet on it before running the estimate, what I was expecting was the moderation effect of digitalization with the training of employees to be positive. Because the expectation is that you need qualified personnel in order to be able to translate digitalization into actual better circular economy practices. If I force the data to tell me what I want, that result at some point comes out. So if I run it by geographical area, I find that the northeastern regions that interaction comes to be positive, but of course we need more robust results to be able to make the claim of quantitative data. Needless to say, the analysis is still ongoing. I mean, these results are very probably 3 days ago we ran that, so we were recommending suggesting that in the data. So from this preliminary work, what comes out is that to be able to go for circular economy innovation, firms are actually needed to change substantially their business models, including the way they are organized internally. So it's not just a technological problem, it's also an organizational problem to make circular economy transition effective. And this is confirmed in our result. And I think that it closes here, leading to the question if you have any. So thank you for the question. Okay, thank you very much, Claudia. So questions from the floor? Yes.
Great presentation. Thank you, Professor. Yes, Professor. Sorry. Assistant one. Assistant one. Okay. Just curiosity. If you think to check for the different types of circular economic innovation, because I think that innovation can impact in different ways to water innovations, circular apps. I remember that we had a really extensive list of different efforts. Just a comment on that. Thanks.
No, thank you. You are right in saying that we will need to do that because there is expectation that the drivers of the different circular economy practices are different. So for sure, we cannot directly compare circular reducing innovation with waste innovation with all the list of items that we have. We haven't done it yet. What we did, so I think we can work on this comment and try to do that instead of what happens, the results. What we did was to try not just to look at the value variable, 0, 1, if you do or not, rather the counting of the magnitude of different practices you may encounter in the firm, finding basically confirmation of the results, but that's not going to the continuous testing. So I think we can go in and see what are the continuous suggestions.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting with Natalia. I got one comment and question. First one is, as far as I understood, the paper is just an attempt of explaining to the circular economy world what data analysis, the paper house of data respect to standard innovation. And because at the beginning claimed that the circular economy practices should be different. So I'm wondering whether that differentiation could enter the paper. In the sense, if you could build up a slightly dependent variable, which is actually able to get impact on circular economic practices which are not standard innovation, because I think you don't have that differentiation in the data, right? And so this question has been asked if they introduce circular economic practices, and they've also been asked whether they are taking the data. So I think we get used to get this differentiation, differential flavor. Because it would be interesting to actually see also in the data what kind of feel is done. This is the first suggestion. And second is it's about the homogeneity of the digital regressor. So if understood well, that is not a direct question to firms about technology available, which is a policy support that available, which makes it even more important than the other ones. Because receiving and that policy depends on the number of providers which was close. This is pretty much in those in the sentence should be there. Okay.
Thank you. Starting from the last, I totally agree with you. We should. It is a variable that states whether the firm has benefited in some way from Industry 4.0 without knowing which kind of technologies the firm has adopted. But sure, I totally agree with you. We need to account for the homogeneity. Then going to the third question, we cannot make any distinction between general innovation and circular economy practices, but what we did 30 minutes before presenting this paper was to run by various probes testing whether these practices are different when the dependent variable is general innovation and circular. And in this analysis, my photos are not aware because I didn't before, so apologies. In this analysis, what we find is that the three practices, of course, are relevant for both dependent variables. But employees' involvement shows the same exact coefficient for innovation and circular economy. So that organizational variable is not really needed for circular economy with respect to innovation. Whereas for the others two, we find that coefficients are slightly higher for circular economy innovation, meaning that in some sense, the training of employees is more needed for circular economy practices than for standard innovation, and also the giving the right incentives can make the performance of employees much higher than not needing them for circular economy practices than for innovation. It's not answer to the question, but okay. in answering to the question. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I would go to the last presenter, maybe.
What everybody? I hope you are still awake. Yeah, exactly. So I'll be trying to be as quick as possible. I'm presenting actually differently from my colleagues that spoke before me. I'm not presenting the proper academic paper. It's just a presentation of preliminary results from the survey that we have conducted together with the Union Camera Piedmont at the end of 2021. So it's exploratory data analysis, as I will tell in a while. There any econometric exercise for the moment because it's just one wave, and we prefer to some more observation before doing any econometric, but maybe we put something. This work has been done together with teaching students in innovation and circular economy at the University of Torino, and they're all listed in this slide. Okay, so to implement this survey, we were faced with the kind number of problems related to a basic issue concerning the measurement of circular economy practices, because actually the array of domains, the array of actions that can be labeled as a circular economy practice is so large that we found it very difficult to frame everything in one single survey, and maybe we have left some more than something outside this slide, but still we wanted to start to make a first effort in this direction. Complexity involves different domains, both related to how we label a product or a process as a circular or not, for example, or how do we focus on different stages of the value chain? How do we say that? How can we say that an intermediate input is compliant with the circular economy parallel? So these stuff actually are relevant issues that for the moment we have solved it with in-house brainstorming that would deserve, on the contrary, a systematic effort of interaction with interdisciplinary research. Okay, so these are the caveats. So the survey we have implemented with the Union Camera is just an annex to the quarterly survey that they run every year. And actually, we implemented this survey in the quarter run the third quarter. So the survey was sent out in October, and we collected responses in October, November. We reached 1,822 firms belonging to different size, classes, cognitive, and sectors. These 22 firms are part of a stratified sample, which is representative of regional economy exactly with respect to size, classes, cognitive, and sectors. Out of this stratified sample, we got 1,789 firms responding to the survey, so it's quite important response rate. So actually, these data provide a reliable picture of the Piedmontese situation. These slides show you the distribution of sample firms across the provinces, sectors, and the size classes. It's not that surprising. Most of our firms are small firms, very small firms, actually, 55%, while another 24% are small firms. So the about the 80% of our sample is made of small or very small firms. Sector distribution is a little bit more heterogeneous, but we have a 23% of sample firms within the steel sector, and another 13% in vehicles transport. Okay. Another important sector in the business economy, the textile, which is represented by 11%, and the chemical report. And also, not surprised, most of our firms are in the area of Turin, while the other provinces are almost uniformly represented in our sample. Okay, the first question in our survey concerned the awareness of sample firms about what the circular economy paradigm is and what circular economy practices are about. So basically, the two graphs on the right hand side of the slide compare firms stating that they are aware and with firms that state that they are not aware. The red ones are not aware, and the green bars are firms that are aware. So most all sample firms, if you look at the side classes, are aware of the majority of firms are aware of circular economy practices in all of the size classes, but the very small firms in which firms that are not aware are higher than firms that are aware. And also we have some variation if we look at the sectoral distribution of answers to this question. And actually, we see that there are some sectors that, even though they are major sectors, are characterized by high level of awareness concerning the circular economy. For example, textile sector or transport sector. This means that that there is a sectoral variation in terms of awareness, but it's not driven that much by the technological content of these sectors. I would say, I mean, it's just a tentative interpretation because we would need some more observation about this data. But I would say that awareness is very much associated with the prospects for adoption of circular economy practices in each sector. Okay. The graph over there provides you a geographical distribution of firms that stated that they are aware about the circular economy paradigm, and most of them are located in the Piedmont area where we have a textile district and other stuff. Okay. Following the question, we asked from, okay, following your answer to the awareness question, are you interested in implementing any circular economy practices within your own firm boundaries? Okay, this is quite self-explaining. Okay, so basically the reply to the situation is, okay, we know something about circular economy, but we are not interested at all in implementing circular economy practices within our firm boundaries. This is quite impressive because, the great majority of firms, the large majority, almost of firms reply that they are not interested at all in in introducing circular economy practices within some boundaries, and you know, large firms are those that are most against introducing the circular economy practices. Okay. Also, we have some sector variation, but again, it cannot be much different from outside the system. If we look at the geographical distribution, provided that almost 98% of the firms in the sample say that they are not interested, those that are interested are much more concentrated in the Biella and the Como area. Again, textile district, Biella and Como is instead characterized by wine production and agricultural specialization. Okay. This further on, we asked whether they are okay. You are the way, yes or no, are you interested in introducing? Are you actually in this moment adopting any circular economy practice, or are you willingness to do it in the future? Again, you see that the no response is very important because type distribution and the sector distribution, so it's consistent a little bit with the previous question, but there are out of there are some firms that say, okay, at the moment I'm not interested, but maybe in the future. Okay, so there is some room to be for the optimistic, but not too much. And out of the firms that are willing to introduce or to adopt the circular economy practices in the future, most of them are located in the Torino area and the Vercelli area, and the Vercelli is characterized by agro specialization production, or the automotive specialization represented. Okay. Now, we wanted to, provided that you replied yes, we are actually implementing some circular economy practices, we asked from to tell us which is the stage of the value chain in which they are implementing the circular economy practices, and actually you see that the right bar in light blue concern waste management, which is actually the kind of activity that is usually associated with circular economy practices. And also a very important part concerns the manufacturing of products, while the distribution or design or relationship with suppliers are less important, but still are quite well represented in our profession. This geographical this chart provides you the geographical distribution of the replies concerning the previous question. So most of the firms that were that are especially interested in the relationship with suppliers are located in Navarra and the Bank also in the north. In the northern part of the Piedmont region, those mostly that are much interested in manufacturing stage are Pune and Navarra and so on and so forth. So again, if you look at the different stages of the production process in which circular economy practices are implemented, there is also geographical variation as far as the importance of the production stage is concerned. Okay, now we were interested to know a little bit more about incentives and motivations to introduce circular economy practices from standardism, and we basically listed a number of possible motivations that would have driven to have driven the adoption of circular economy. The first one was improving economic situation, so improving the economic cost conditions, or stringent regulatory framework, market opportunities related to circular economy practices, or reputation. And for each of these driver, we actually asked whether or not that objective has been achieved. And again, you see that it is quite clear that for each of the size classes, the most important, to say, or a very important driver is the repetition. Okay, this is true for any size class. While if you look at at the same time, also improving the economic cost and thinking of regulatory framework appear to be quite important, but they are especially important for medium-sized, small, and very small stores. Market opportunities are not perceived, do not represent a driver for promising systems of circular economic practices. Okay, besides incentives, we also try to understand whether some barriers can be divided, which are barriers, and we listed technical technological barriers, bureaucratic barrier, inertia, economic or financial barrier, lack of knowledge and competencies, or none of them, and technological obstacles are perceived as the most important for large firms, while they are not listed as the most important barrier by small and very small firms. In particular, very small firms are quite worried about economic and financial constraints. Bureaucratic and institutional barriers are playing an important role, but not as much important as the technical barrier or economic barrier. While the other kind of barriers are not perceived as very important. They're still mentioned by some firms, but by a relatively small number of persons. And the situation is pretty much the same if we look at the evidence across sectors, with some sector specificities that are interesting and maybe call for some further analysis. Okay, we know the barriers. What could be, which action can actually help to solve these barriers, and which are the enabling drivers that firms perceive that it is possible instruments helping them to introduce circular economic practices, economic incentives, financial and economic incentives, bureaucratic simplification, or development and availability of know-how in the local level. And again, this is very clear. Economic and financial instruments are listed as the most important incentives or enabling drivers across all size classes, almost all, and across almost all sectors. Finally, this is another slide that is nice. It's almost is warning is the one concerning the intention to invest in circular economy practices, because it is about the activation of collaboration within local ecosystems for the implementation of circular economy practices. So you see that the red bar is represent the answer, no collaboration at all. So most of the sample firm does not collaborate with any other firm, local ecosystem for circular economy purposes. And I think that this is one of the most important reasons why we observe such a weak implementation or diffusion of awareness about circular economy practices. Again, there was another very impressive slide. Do you think you will invest resources to develop circular economy related competencies? The no reply is largely predominant in all forms, in all size classes, and in all sectors. Just this is the last graph that I will show you. Do you think that the adoption of a circular economy practice could have been important to cope with the pandemic crisis or to cope with crisis in general? Again, some persons consider the switch to circular economy practices as irrelevant, not relevant at all for competitiveness purposes, okay, for gaining competitiveness in the market. Okay, so the outcome of this preliminary exploration of the survey data clear that knowledge and awareness are still far below any optimal level. Our instruments work actually because if firms want to do something that suspect one of the most important reasons is actually stringent regulatory framework, but on the other hand, some instruments are really weak to perform. So we need to invest a little bit on awareness raising and education. And the barriers are perceived in an heterogeneous way across sectors. So maybe it is important to look at the sector in order to design incentives that are adequate to the specific condition of each sector, while also some awareness has to be raised concerning the importance that the adoption of circular economic practices may play with respect to the improvement of competitiveness conditions in the market. Finally, all these considerations should be framed within a systemic approach aiming at promoting interaction among actors at the local level. So the evidence for further investigation, first of all, we would like to match this data with other secondary data both on different patents. We have fiscal code to formal fiscal code to do this link, and we will actually do it in the future months. Even full performance, I was saying, some econometrics, even if we are only one way of this survey, cross-sectional analysis suffer from main limitation, but anyway, we will. But an important issue is that we will extend the survey to stress a little bit more the role of innovation in this context by leveraging large funding from the general partenariat. Yes, yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just maybe one quick question. Alessio.
Thank you. Thanks. Very interesting. I made two very quick comment on the fact that the micro enterprises seem to be those that do not want to apply CE in the future,
Yeah.
while the big ones are just, let's say, that they are not interested. I wonder how this can be interpreted and whether this can be subject of further research. And second, a clarification question. When you talk about barriers, are you talking about how the respondents all firms or only those that said yes?
No, all firms.
All firms.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So there are, because maybe, if possible, focusing only on firms that did not implement or are not interested in implementing.
Yeah, that can be. We can. Of course, we can look at how different firms answer to this question by separating out the answer. Yes, this can be done. Yeah, thank you. Okay, concerning the first.
kind of connected with the first question, but I was actually surprised to find all those red colors for a reason like and I don't know where the question has been posed around the narrative of the question, but could be the case that they say no because they were already similar.
But then you have the actual implementation. This is the actual implementation. You have the two.
Okay.
Yeah, actual implementation and the question about are you willing to introduce something in the future?
Okay.
So no is no.
No, it's
no, exactly.
No means no.
Exactly.
We all agree with that. So, okay, thank you very much. No. Okay.
It's not my fault. Because I'm the last one, but in the end.
But not the least. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Because
yeah.
Welcome back to the conference. This afternoon we have the pleasure to have with us Professor Collin, which is Professor of Corporate Governance at the Scania University and also a professor at Turkeli University of Emilia. And we will read a speech on sustainability, in particular sustainability for a sustainable academic profession and university. So thank you for being here. And of course, you have 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I just have to walk around, so now I'm technically tied to this. And I'm planning to tell you now something completely different. It's comment. And then I also have this the lunch problem. You have to be extremely controversial in order to keep the food alive after the lunch. And I hope that I will be so controversial that I ask them to open that door. And it's open now. And the controversial, well, I was I'm a professor or slowly retiring professor in corporate governance. Corporate governance, that is a field that is in between accounting and finance. It's concerning the corporation and you could say the power structure of the corporation. So that is my expertise. Sustainability is not my expertise, but I will now tell you about my experience of sustainability and what I think how it should be done at the universities. But first, you see that I have my own university, it's called Free University of Scania, and you can look here, there is a homepage. You can inspect the university. I've created it because I don't accept Swedish universities anymore. So I have to have my own university. But I am a creative professor of Harkiv, the university in Harkiv, this People's Ukrainian Academy. That's a fascinating university. And last week I got a report that there are 2 buildings. One building is still standing, the other one is smashed to 50% by the Russian invaders. So that's a peculiar experience. That is why I have this pin. You can't see it, but it's a pin where I have the Ukrainian flag and the Swedish flag in Siena. That's my way to show solidarity. And now I would like you to see what I'm doing. I take it off. And after my speech, you will understand why I did it. And I hope that, well, I hope that you will understand it. I hope that you will respect it, even if you don't accept it. So let's do. So, it's essentially, that was like would you like me to propose you or should I? It's a technical response. That's what I'm going to question. You can. So, what do you want to do?
You can even.
I'm sorry for this. Yeah, and if you have any discussions, you can send an email. I still university professor in the response time, so this is 24 hours you will get response if you have any problems. Yes, sure. So here is the citation. Every academic researcher or teacher has to declare his or her position in the class struggle. That was the position of a sociology professor at the end of the 60s, and it continued to have it in the 70s, and I had it posted at the end of the 70s. And for him, it was very important because the university was part of the class struggle, and you have to declare, are you for or against? I had a talk with him. I was then the chair of the Democratic Socialist Youth Movement in the University of Town. And I'm still Democratic Socialist, but I didn't agree with you. I don't think that we should take any stand in the class struggle when you are at the university. That's why it's the thing is here. I don't take a stand when I'm here because I'm an academic. I try to convey scientific knowledge, not political opinion, not values. And we can discuss values, but I can even agree with you. I can accept you even if you're a white woman. You don't have to be democratic social in order to get a pass grade for me. So I think that when I had him, I realized that I think there should be a difference between knowledge and politics. I do the politics out in the streets. But in the university, I try to avoid declaring my political staff because it's very important. And here, so the experience for him was then trying to have his university activism of the 70s. He was a radical, progressive, modernist movement, and he wanted a utopia of the peace, society, and economy. And that is the aim of the university. That was his idea. Today, in Sweden, we have universities that are doing the same thing. That is what the class target is sustainability. But it's the same idea that you have to take not only a stand for or against sustainability, but even work for sustainability. Not about, but for sustainability. And I still oppose it. And I think there is something really funny. I laughed a lot because I had this sociology Marxist professor who discussed about Marx and things. And he didn't succeed to make the university an activist university. But now we have activist universities fighting for sustainability and fulfilling what Marx said already in 1845. It's not that we should read the word or explain it. We have to change that. So today, I would like to tell you that I think sustainability is a bit conservative to me. And we have this conservative drive to implement what Marx said in 1845. supporting the idea of this sociology professor that is luckily for him who's there, so he's going to experience that. I got an activist at the university that pretty conservative or that. No, are you right? I hope so now. Now I'm sure that you will. Wait. I need this because I have to show. This is the actual Sweden today, the land map of Sweden. This is a map showing the inland ices. It was 18,000 years ago. Sweden was not there, it was covered by ice. Totally ice. Here is Olof, where I live. Well, not one time, I have a big house, so you can stay the night, and it's over here. And it was covered by a lot of ice. A terrible time, 1800 years ago. The ice, disappeared about 10,000 years ago. So 10,000 years ago, when my house is, the ice was melting. That was when they invented farming in Peru, in Mexico, in the Middle East, and in China. While we just got rid of the ice. And slowly people were coming because then people were not living there. And you know, I have a friend that is in geology, and he's an expert that is working to find out the place in Sweden where we should keep down our nuclear waste. And he said that we count, because it takes about 100,000 years for the nuclear waste to get rid of the poison thing. And we have models where we try to understand how the Earth is moving, and we calculate not with one ice, this inland ice, we calculate with two inland ices of Sweden during this 10,000 years, 100,000 years. And when he said that, it takes a pretty big in my head. I was thinking, my house, there will be ice on my house, not once, but twice. And there will be a huge ice to my relatives, my relatives. Yeah, they will not be able to live where I live now. That's not fine. So I would go and tell my wife, maybe we could sell a house soon, there was a new line ice. But no, it takes a while. But then I thought about climate change. Global heating. That's good. Global heating may have the implication that we will get so warm that we don't get inland icing on my stuff. And that's not good. That's not where my family is. Maybe we don't get one, but at least not two. So we think, so I'm going to go global heating because it's good for my house, it's good to water like that. And my family can sit in the bed. And then even more. Look. My house is here. Here is the coast, and there is a beautiful sea view. What they said with global heating is that there will be more water in the sea. The sea will go up. So this heat will go further here. So those that today have the sea view will not have a sea view because there will be water in their house. But I will probably get a sea view because of the global heating. So, science tells us, and I believe it, that I cannot inspect those studies, I believe them, that there is a global heating. And I believe also that global heating depends to a certain extent of human activities, which means that we can stop the global heating by our activities. And politically speaking, because I'm not from here, I think that we should do what we can because it's stupid to make influence like that. But remember that when we go from science to values to political to interest, there are some that will win on global heating, some are will lose. say, we have to fight global heating, because then you take a stand, and you have no right in an academic environment to take a stand. You have the right to discuss it. For example, now, those that are living by the coast, in the winter house, I will get CU. Maybe let's discuss it, let's go back. It's very valuable because, come on, that's so extremely politically incorrect. Imagine when I realized my house would be crushed by ice, and then when I heard all about this, we have to fight climate change. It is really not me, but it's me. The important thing with this is that at the university, we tell people about global heating. We tell them about the different consequences. But the evaluation of these effects are political. We can say that if you are living in Earth, you will support this global heating. If you are living in Olof, which is close by the sea, you will not promote global heating. So that's a little bit. So that was the most controversial I had to say. And if we get it to work, we can grow our own one. We don't need to buy one. Now we buy so much to buy one. We don't buy the human cigars. We take it ourselves. We don't need the costly transportation to Cuba. We do it ourselves. And then you don't have to do it because I wrote to Italy. I had a house in Bicocca. I did it outside here. I go here because of the couch. So don't to the second is the side. My rarity doesn't need to meet the balance in order to have the side. They will have it at home. Oh, that's my thing. So I think that sustainability has become an ideology. Ideology, I try to have a simple definition. It's a set of concepts that not only tell you what is, but also what should be. And what is sustainability is normally defined between categories of economic, social, and environment. And what should be, well, that is the Norwegian friend, who was such a banker, by the way, in fact, it's socialist, that it is that when you meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And that is bad. So that's why I think it's from ideology. It is a problematic thing for us to academia to do. Sustainability, at least in Sweden, these Swedish universities has become a hegemonic concept. And when I try to debate sustainability to discuss, I meet sometimes people that say, don't you think what sustainability is good? So it's not what to discuss, because it's good per definition. And that is a definition, largely hegemonic. What is the Italian word? Yeah. Because about we are many. And today there is this political power of sustainability. The United Nations has its agenda 30, and then it has been converted into a political program called PRME. That business schools and business programs can join, and then they declare that they should infuse sustainability in their teaching. It should be represented in all the courses. And that I think is to teach for sustainability, not about sustainability. Because I think that we have to teach about sustainability because it exists, like cooperation exists. all the directors exist, that's why we teach about them, but not for. As a professor of corporate governance, I don't teach for the corporation. I don't tell students corporation. It's a magic innovation. It's the best innovation since the wheel, and we have to use it everywhere. No, that's the ideology. But I teach about the corporation, how it's working, how it's functioning, when it's here. And I also teach about sustainability, but not core. No, wait. You ruined my. I try to remember it.
I tried, but I didn't.
No, that's what I hope. So, I have paid a considerable price. Those directors, the dean, and the prefects, with one of my last university, said that when we done this, and I said, no, I have my academic training, and I will never teach ideology. I'm Marxist, but I will not teach Marxist as a true every thing. So, no. And then they said, well, will you do it? Then I wrote a debate article in the local newspaper saying that the rector, the king, we have a king in Sweden, the prime minister, them together cannot tell me what to teach. And then I told my director, by the way, was my former teacher. I told him that, over my dead body, that this will happen. And he said, no, not over my dead body, that's not fine. What? That was about. I'm very proudly one of the few professors in business administrations that have been fired, and I was fired because I refused to teach not about sustainability, but for sustainability. And my sociology professor. So I paid a considerable price in order to tell you this story about the ideology. So then, if I have time, I will go through three concerns that I have. And one is, of course, should the university be autonomous from society, or should it be an integrated part where we support and help and follow the society? The other one is more specific in my subject. I wrote economics, but it's more specific to business administration. Maybe what I really know about is accounting and finance. Do we have elements in our teaching that is ideological besides now sustainability? And then the last point is maybe not so important. Do we really, maybe we teach sustainability, but we don't use the word. So the question is about where can we find the intention that we have sustainability teaching that we are not confident sustainability? So these are the three main things that I think probably only one to the two. So sustainability is a conservative concept. That is my that I will try to communicate. It's a very nebular concept. It has many definitions. Some say it's very good, and some say it's very bad to have this kind of concept. There are good things that nebulous concept because then you can include things that's quite surprising. And concerning sustainability, the knowledge is quite nebulous. But then maybe it's very good that you have not as hard defined concept because then you can include things that could be surprising. So that is promoting the idea that keep up with the nebulous concept. It's good. On the other hand, in science, we should have very sharp definitions of concepts. And then I've seen so many articles when preparing for this, endless numbers of articles that just discuss the definition of sustainability. And I think, well, isn't that waste of energy? Couldn't you spend your energy on studying sustainability instead of discussing what is sustainability? So it's a lot of energy that is consumed. And then, but then if you have this nebulous concept, you run the risk that are inherent values in certain conceptualizations of sustainability, and that's sort of negative thing that you should hear about the values you have. And then it's conservative. One indication is I looked at this Legacy from Downton Abbey. If you haven't seen it, I recommend it. It's about Aristotle's at the beginning of the 1900s in the UK. And there's the seventh stone of Downton that says to his daughter, I'm a custodian, my dear, not an owner. That is a conservative way to think. I got this, and I will have it over exactly as I got it. Okay, that's the conservative idea. And that is the idea of sustainability. What we have, we shall give to the next. We shall not have anything. Or, maybe more important, not withdraw anything. So sustainability is a kind of anti-modernist concept. Because I think that this definition is strange. I mean, without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs, I'm a modern person, as a Marxist, you are modern. I would like to compromise the future. I would like them to have more opportunities, not less or the same. I would like them to have more. But that is the modernist view, which is not inherent in this definition of sustainability. And then a small comment about this frustration of safety. And then too many guys say, oh, we have to take care of this stone, this, this. We have to take care of the species. No, not really. Where I live, in the Bologna, there are these guys, the kids. I would like to have a home for them. They destroy the land. They destroy the productive land. The farmers have a problem of the farming to produce things that we can eat because those things are around. No, it works. I mean, my land in Sweden has been also. And they are invasive art because in the beginning of 1900, they didn't exist in Sweden. Then they started to exist in the world because the Aristotle, they wanted to kill animals. So they had these animals in fences, and then of course they went out. And then they tolerated children. So it's Aristotle. Yeah, no. And then there is this African eye worm. It's a worm that makes people blind. It is easy. And then I really look at why should the species that we have today be the ones that should exist for eternity? We, human Homo sapiens, we don't do the heart of the Neanderthal. Something try to recreate them because we have killed them once, and now we should give them back. That's the conservative. But I think it's the more stronger principles I found in the discussions of sustainability is that it's a kind of a conservative in the way that it accepts market economy, it accepts capital, it's not prone to address to say that the problems of sustainability are happening because we are changing services and resources and products to the price market economy. It's not really, the basic problem is not that we have capitalists that are running the corporation. So there is an acceptance of market economy and capitalism. And I have a problem, an example. We had an election in Sweden. In Italy, we had an election. It went the same way in both countries. White women. In Sweden, they got 30%. In Italy, usually almost with more. We got 25%. But what we had some people who haven't been involved in. They tried to discuss sustainability. But sustainability was about energy production. And that was very important to discuss that. No one discussed as an issue of sustainability the schooling problem we have in Sweden, because we have had reforms where we have created private profit-oriented schools, and we have also let parents decide where their kids should be in what school, and that has improved extremely the segregation, and it has also increased the level of the quality of education, and that hits especially students that come from working class and from immigrants. They are the ones that are hitting much of this. We have a question of the online. Hello.
हाँ ये थ्योरेटिकल फ्रेमवर्क पहिरें चैप्टर में है या बे में है ऐं ॿियो चैप्टर छा आहे डायरेक्ट नीड आहे जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आहे ऐं चौथों छा आहे लिनियर रिग्रेशन आहे ओके त हाणे फर्स्ट चैप्टर मूं ठहियल कान्हे फर्स्ट चैप्टर सिर्फ़ चाइनीज़ में
You're asking, could you please write it down because we can't hear it.
Okay.
There's no sound, it's only you talking. Yeah, please make sure to stay muted. Thank you. Please proceed.
So in this political discussion, especially the Green Party that is really supporting sustainability, they didn't discuss this problem for the young working class and immigrants in the terms of sustainability, because sustainability has this social dimension. And I think that we are really destroying that this possibility, compromising their possibility to have a good life in Sweden because of the low standard of schooling. And why don't we discuss it? Because sustainability is more about ecology, it's about nature, not about humans. So, and then finally, of course, there is this problem with needs. In the definition that we shouldn't compromise future needs. How do we know anything about the future needs? Of course, we cannot know anything, and therefore we assume that they will have a problem the same needs as we have, which is the assumption. So, if I'm right, that sustainability is a conservative idea, or at least have connotations that are conservative, and if universities teach not about but for sustainability, then universities, like I can name some universities in Sweden, they are an active, conservative, indoctrinated power in society, producing and producing on conservative ideology. And that is impossible for academic institutions. This should be something different. Now, should we be autonomous? That would be nice, right? Or should we be integrated? In Sweden, most of the universities, I think 27 of the 38 universities, are financed by the government, by the taxpayer. Should the taxpayers send money to us and we go, oh, we spend it on our own will. We don't care about what we think that we should use the money. And then there is this, someone has said that we have this structure of stress between our academic freedom and our right to pick the research objects and methods, and then the expectations on us that we are free of us in society to give us some knowledge that we can use in order to create a better, nicer society. We have regulations, and then of course we have these financing conditions that we all know. You have to apply for funding, and you will get funding if you make sure that you will contribute to some knowledge that they can use. So that is the structural stress that we are always facing, and it's a morality problem that we have to face and fight. So we have a regulation in Sweden, and this is a citation from the Higher Education Act, paragraph number 5. The university must in its activities promote apartheid, which means that every present and future racial group is assured of an ethnic and racial good environment which promotes the different races. That is the regulation of the university. And what is Sweden as an academic? Of course, you follow the regulation, right? You obey the law. Clearly. You and I will have a discussion on this. Oh, this is just the thing. But it's, the reality is not that. This is the reality. We have a regulation saying that we should promote sustainable development, means the current and future generation are assured of a healthy and good environment, economic and social welfare, and government. All these things. And now, you obey the law? I don't. That's why I want to know. No one tells me. I will not support any political idea, because if I follow that one, now we have a right wing, they are 20%, when they will become 51%, we will go back to apartheid. You will have it sooner than us. Next election, maybe. We will have 2 elections more. So will you follow it? No, we cannot follow it. We have to have standards. And no one tells me what I'm going to do research about. And the orientation, if I promote apartheid or sustainability or whatever. But it creates a tension here. Because people get upset when the professor says, I'm not obeying the student law. I cannot do it because I have a professional standard. And the professional standards are about the legislation. And it has to be. This paragraph, it's called in a popular way the German paragraph. Because German, the guy that was trying to Hitler, he would like this paragraph. What we should regulate? You should support the apartheid or whatever the politicians would like to promote. So, all in all, I do not obey this legislation, but as a professional, of course, I study sustainability. I have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 publications that is about sustainability, where they have research sustainability. And look, I'm not bragging, but I give you information and data. Look at the citation of Collin line 2009, 682 citations. That's good. That means that we have to do something that has that people have maybe not read, but at least studied. So this shows that I think this shows that I'm a professional academic, which means that I the partial guardian and promoter of social critique, providing insights and partners with the material that fundamental political critique is made of. I obey no one, and I follow the professional ethics and the demands of knowledge in our profession. And today there is an interest in sustainability, and then of course it is sustainability stuff. But that's not cool. So I have no more thing down, so yeah, that's good. Then I have maybe a less interesting thing, so that will need to find something out. But if I try to inspect, I was sitting and thinking, but now I complain so much about sustainability. That is an ideology. Oh, what do you mean? Haven't I teach? I'm promoting ideology because I'm teaching. Is there any element of ideology in my subject. Of course, there is Gunnar Muir, one Nobel Prize winner. He wrote a thick book that I recommend it for you to read in order to find out if you're getting enough to understand what he's writing. But he shows there that economics, not just administration, but economics, contains implicit values. And for him, the solution was, well, we cannot avoid economics, but we have to declare the values, so at least it's clear that we have these values that are inherent in the subject. And for us, the definition of economics is that it's societal production, distribution, consumption of goods and services create a social value under the restriction of limited resource. And of course, it contains a lot of values. The social value, for example, resource. What is a resource for an employee? Like my body is really a resource. But the employer don't consider me and my body as a resource. It's the service I can use. So they don't care if I get sick when I'm working, they just want my service. So this idea of what is a resource has values inherent. And then the limitation of resources. So what is a limited resource? Before the air was not limited. Now it's limited because the government has intervention. So we have that is the basic into the definition of economics where we have values. And here I have what we teach about cooperation studies. We say that, well, cooperation could be according to managerialism, and that is managers and their interests are governing the corporation. And that is something that we can study and find out this is true or not. But when we then teach business administration, we have a tendency to assume that this is the case. So we teach about budgeting that promotes the interest of the manager. And then further down, we have the shareholderism, where they think that the corporation exists in order to benefit the shareholders. And then the whole theory is about how you can promote the profit of the shareholders. And of course, that is not an empirical thing, because there are many corporations that do not produce profit for their shareholders. So it's not empirically correct, but ideologically, it's correct. It fits very well into the main ideas of capitalism. So I think that what we can do is to do research and teach about them, but we cannot say that reality is shareholderism. You should work in order to promote the interest of the shareholders. That is an ideological statement. It's not a critical truth, but it's ideological. And the whole field of finance is stuck with this idea. I know, because I teach in finance, and I try to have these discussions. For example, we have this return on equity, very important. Why don't we have return on emission? Why is that not a good measurement of profitability? Return on emission is the same. How are you? So, no, you think of the shareholder. And then the present value. I have no problem understanding it when we teach about it because I love mathematics. This is more mathematics, not mathematics. But then think about what is that present value? It's a hedonistic concept. It's not for you. Today, that's the beauty. Tomorrow is another. And it's worth less. And if you can push a cost very long, like the nuclear waste, 10,000 years away, the cost today is so insignificant that you cannot even measure it. You cannot sense it. But those people that will be there 50,000 years from now, they will not be able to cost. So, net present value is just a trick for us to think future with no concern. Not really, but it's going to develop it. So think about it when you teach net present value. It's of course it's about the risk in the future. So if there are risk, the value is the less. But it also implies that the cost is less. So we create incentives for people to push away the cost in the future. We don't repeat that. So it's Turkeli. Okay, I will soon wrap up. I will just, I have held lunch now. I will put some dirt on patriotic. Keep creating a nice system that everyone in Sweden in business administration has to learn to people left to right, or the right place and on the scene. It is an owner-focused system. If there is a price, it exists. If there is no price, it doesn't exist. So if you consume people's bodies, it doesn't exist in patriotic system unless you were in the good old days in the US when you had slavery, because then the body was in the patriotic system because you had value, because you had ownership of the slave. So therefore, that is why we have now complemented the patriotic itself to reporting and now sustainability reporting, because it's then it's focused more on stakeholders than on the owner. Yeah, well, I have to. This is my next of the last slide. Do we in economics, we keep able system? In economics, you assume that people are not able. And then, of course, and that is an ideology. You could say it's an ideology. And of course, the people impute the ideas of students and they will go out and they will try and they will try over and everything. Do we influence students? With this interesting stuff? I can start because I'm interested. Do we really do this job in production? Yeah, we have the economics and agency theory as in egoism, and we have the institutional theory that is the component is you follow the institution. You have no idea you're just following you are like people moving to something like that. So I started British business students, only business students. But I took really time for education that during the education they grow in egoistic values, moral orientation. That was good. Then I went to Ukraine with my students in my university and in another university. and then I was lucky I had business students and students that were following humanistic studies, translator language. Did it again. There was not this selection that those in business were more industry oriented than the enter. But there was a significant difference between business and humanistic in egoism. Humanists were more egoistic. What? Wow. This is Ukraine. In Ukraine, you have those that study business, but we don't know. But the speculation is that those in business, they know that they will have a job and they will have a good salary, good salary to Ukraine. Those that in translation will have a problem, probably not get a job in their field. And if they get a job, they should be happy if they get an interview for the job. So maybe that is that they are a little bit more sad and that they become more oriented to this. And then now we have done a survey in Italy, two universities. Well, this is like one of the presenters have just in time. I have done regressions, but I haven't shown it to the other ones. It doesn't indicate any, there is a selection. Those that are in business are have an orientation that is more egoistic. But that difference disappears over the 2 years that are following. And then, yeah. And then since in Italy, we also make a conversion between South and North. There are some results. I've not mentioned it. You should try them and tell you what So we don't have very strong convincing evidence that when we teach, even if we are trying to teach the ideology of agency theory of egoism, that we convince students to become more egoistic. So that means that my drive to fight against sustainability as an ideology. But maybe the students on interest, they do not go out to university and sustainability, work with sustainability. But these studies are a little bit new, so I'm not really sure how to treat them. It puts some hope that maybe what we do first and foremost at universities is that we teach them to think, and we don't teach them. We should think like this. Maybe they go out from the university with an independent mind. So my conclusion is what are the other two? So I think that we as an academic, at least you that are still employed, should have the professional approach to produce knowledge following the principle of academic freedom. You that make it job. Then you get the structure of the stress, of course. And we should be egalitarian. We distribute knowledge we can use by anyone. We don't pick a specific group. And then, as a responsible, we do not have an elite approach, which means that we are not experts. We that belong to the elite, we are not used to our knowledge throughout the society. And I'll do like this. We have to be here. And we don't have a proud approach. We don't support specific groups. Thank you very much for listening. Now, if you remember your question, ladies and gentlemen, there are wide outside.
If there is any question, please come here. So you can come here.
Do you need a brown thing for clear? Okay. Round, but not brown. Okay. Okay. I am substantially underprepared to formulate any questions on these topics. So, but just a quick comment is about the fact that I fully agree with you that the only way to teach sustainability is to teach about sustainability, which means that maybe we can teach to people that sustainability has become an increasingly wide concept that has made it more and more blurry over time. So today sustainability is something that is very close to be no longer a single concept, because now we have these 17 goals, which makes it 17 different concepts at least, which are important for economics. But I don't see anything bad if personally, if a university tells you that you have to teach about sustainability. And this is a comment. The second comment is that, at least in my perception, in the very first moments in which economists started talking about sustainable development was, in my perception, in the late 60s or early 70s of the 20th century, with the idea of the limits to growth. But the limits to growth are at the same time good things, for me, in my opinion, and a highly ideological position. But I think that they opened economists' eyes on something that they didn't see in their models. So I do not see necessarily something bad in the fact that something that at the beginning is ideological enters into the scene and breaks the existing knowledge. And finally, one comment on 1 and 2. I mean, a responsible academic shouldn't do that, but this is very difficult. In the sense that I don't know, it's very difficult not to support our own views in society, even if we are academics, and not to support someone or someone else that shares your idea. So I really don't know how to do that. Thanks.
I have no problem of giving my political values. I'm pretty sure that the students in my class will put together. So one day think they're extreme right wing, and one day think they're extreme left wing with tons of questions. I'm sure that they don't know my political democratic socialist orientation because as a teacher, I'm not there in order to tell them this is how it should be. I'm there in order to try to train them. So if there is a leftist that comes thinking, speaking of the corporation, then of course I take the position of the right winger and argue against that person. So that person be trained in order to sharpen their argument. And then is the other thing that I totally agree with you that society should try to influence us with the debate that we said economies didn't see at least the limitation of resources. And it's good that if they recognize it, that they have adjusted their models. But that is because that is society trying to influence the academic. It's not telling the academic this is the way you should do it. But then you said that well, you don't mind to have this United Nations, but that if you don't mind it, that means that when Meloni gets 51% and she writes in the legislation, no teacher model, you say, okay. So you, I mean, I thought it was very clear. It's about the about the paragraph and about the teacher as well. Yeah, but yeah, it's what is now the sustainable care? Okay, but then when Meloni says that now we teach about apartheid, you could be occupied with talking about apartheid because that is the regulation. I will not be occupied because hopefully I will not consider it as important. Yeah, but that is the do make clear. No.
Thank you very much for this question. I have one comment and one conclusion. The first comment is about one of those slides. And you will see that the part that actually including the differences ideology, and so no way to fix it. So you are the defense. You don't want to promote certain industry because you are a human. If it were not, would not it. And so I think there is a kind of contradiction in your discourse. And perhaps a conclusion, when you speak about value-based programs, this is true that when we apply a distance base, we don't need any way to the education. This is true. This is very well known, but it is not exactly a public learning do because this applies cost and to benefits. And because it applies to future benefits and to benefits of the future innovation, when we consider the different policies that could be implemented, there is a huge debate about the fact to apply to this concept. And so to complete how to make that bigger present. So,
okay. That I'm not coherent, that I object to sustainability because it's not conservative. But I never teach about class struggle. But as a democratic socialist based in Marxism, we still believe that class struggle is a driver in society. But I'm sure if you ask all of my students, they have never heard of maybe there would be a communist in the class struggle. I have never promoted my political idea. That is not my concern. I do it in the streets and in the political organization, but in class, my only interest is get your own ideas. And if I have one ideology, it's the camp ideology. They have to think. So, no, I'm not inconsistent. I hope that I never split it, promoted any ideology. Implicit ideology, like I said, because we have implicit ideologies in the administration. But explicit, no. So I don't like the left that struggle. I don't like the conservative sustainability, and I teach about them, but not them. And then there is this capital asset pricing. This present value. We in business understand. We like to present it because we hope that people use it on the investment calculation. People in economics they think that present value is not so good because they look at this capital asset pricing and especially if you calculate the interest rate and the calculation. And then I had a speaking and now I will study how they do these investment calculations in reality. And she come back. Capital asset pricing? No, too complicated. Net present value? Maybe they have to convince the board of directors where they are economic. But what they do is they use this very simple thing. How quickly do I get my money back? Payback. So in reality, many of the investments are very simple. Huh? But my PhD student would sit with you in 10 hours in order to convince you that you are totally wrong. Sarita, and she will convince you, I'm sure. Thank you very much for listening. I was so well.
It's with great pleasure that I introduce Serdar Turkeli, who's based at the Maastricht numeric in Maastricht, and who will talk about the measurement of economies. So we are curious about your topic, Serdar.
Yeah, thank you.
The floor is yours. So more or less we have 45 minutes for the presentation, whatever you want, and then
thank you very much.
Answer.
Yeah, thank you very much for this practical information. I am Dr. Serdar Turkeli. I work at United Nations University, Maastricht Economic and Social Research Center on Innovation and Technology. This is a joint research center of Maastricht University and United Nations University. In the audience, my long-term collaborator, Burakcan, is also there from data analytics and digitalization. The topic of my presentation that I want to share with you is a new concept that I coined, which is mixed economies. These are more or less novel economy visions, and there should be a kind of measurement effort and indicator building, also considering the new developments in the data field, and such as big data or data processing algorithms like AI and machine learning. So I just start what I mean by X economies. We definitely observe a proliferation of various adjectives for economy, and this is from A to Z, like access economy, blue economy, bioeconomy, collaborative economy, circular economy, digital economy, well-being economy, youth, zero-waste economy. And I think right now there are over 100 different economy visions and related practices. For sure, some of them are more popular than the others, just like circular economy or digital economy, and the other economy visions are taking up as well. Now, before we just delve into this new phenomena, we just look at why these kind of economies emerge. So, excess economy in itself is an adjective to economy. Basically, it's a critic saying that economy do not provide excess, and the quality of excess dynamics are challenged in the economy as it is. Basically, this is a variety of liberal capitalist economy or neoliberal neo-capitalist economy, let's say. So this variety of the neoliberal neo-capitalist economy is challenged in providing excess features in itself. So it's a critic, actually. And blue economy as well, in that way. Blue economy concentrate on the efficient and effective use of oceans. And it's a critic that the current economy as it is not blue enough. And it's not collaborative enough, it's not circular enough, it's not digital enough, it's not it doesn't come with well-being options, it's not young, it's old, and there is no concern, that much concern about the zero waste. Now, we can approach this from a different perspective, saying that, okay, these adjectives for all of these economies is just like talking about new market. So new markets. So capitalism as it is creates negative externalities, and these negative externalities become the problem, and the entrepreneurs, businesses, while they solve this problem, they create and engage into a new market. So blue economy or circular economy, linear economy, let's say, create these, as you know, all you know, they create these negative externality of, let's say, waste or other type of inefficiencies, and then it can be interpreted as a new market emerge if we approach the waste as resource. But there's a problem here. The problem is if these new markets, like circular or digital markets, are continue to be treated as business as usual, like only profit maximization, we just still create another negative externality, which is to be defined as a new market, a new opportunity for another economy concept. So, for instance, circular economy can create applications which are not in itself, let's say, that green, or that which is not paying attention enough to well-being economy or social economy. So this is an initial analysis of the situation, because it's very important to move from this mono-value, business as usual, profit maximization, linear economy or economy as it is, to more multiple value creation. Multiple value creation in the terms of creating economic profit, as well embedding some environmental value and social value into the products and services from the start. So basically we coined this economies in that manner, like multiple value economies. So all of such new economy visions, concepts and practices intend to internalize and eliminate a degree of varieties of negative externalities by proposing potential multiple value creating solution. So there will be for sure economic value, but as well social and ecological value by design embedded in the purposeful activity of innovation in a product design or a service design. So we coin these economies as multiple value economies. So here what's the multiple value economy? So blue economy while creating environmental value for oceans, or circular economy while creating environmental value for households or businesses. It can also create some economic and social value. So one of the elements here, we can just say with certainty, is multi-stakeholder engagement early on with the design phase of innovation or socio-technical technical change intended to address a societal challenge, a multiple value solution, and participatory structuring and governance of a problem issue, and formative evaluation, and more process indicators other than just a scalar value. So here, definitely we need other type of frameworks like design thinking, systems thinking, and service design thinking is also very relevant when we talk about digital economy. So basically, then the conceptualization of what's going on here is, in a way, one of the interpretation of mine is that these multiple value economies aim at re-embedding varieties of social, ecological, and or maybe computational purpose and value back into the society and market relations, interactions, while considering also a new economic value. So new understanding of profit and thus profit maximization or investment or sharing. So this is done by in terms of novel products, services, processes, organizations, investment, behavior, social relations, governance approach, decisions, policy, societal solution. So this is actually a kind of scattered system critique, but we cannot really see that. So in my conceptualization and empirical study, I want to a little bit bring that forward. So, and these concepts, these new economic notions, visions, and practices are a little bit institutionalized. So, when we talk about social economy, circular economy, digital economy, I think around the globe we have a common terminology, if not the ontology, but at epistemological level, we are just, I think, understanding each other. What do we mean by digital economy? So we are intending, in a way, moving from, or we observe, moving away from this linear and baseful economy with circular economy, and a social and anti-social economy with social economy, and limited data and narrow knowledge economy with digital economy. Because right now, in the processes of like data, information, and knowledge creation and insight processes, we have more advanced tools that can enhance our data collection, either large scale or different type of data, visual data. And then it starts from data extraction and positively spill over to the structured data and information creation and knowledge about what's going on. So these limits are also a little bit extending. So we are we can observe at least these intentions. So I think you all know this. This is a multiple level perspective from Hills. Also, René Kemp was my promoter. We are still working together with Burakcan as well on this multi-level perspectives, the niche innovations, and the socio-technical regime and socio-technical landscape exogenous context. By SDGs, 17 SDGs, we actually have too much exogenous context, putting pressure on existing regimes to varying degrees, for sure, to be more circular, more energy efficient, more social, more digital, and every type of vision is out there. And we are looking at how this 6th dimension of socio-technical regime will accommodate these niche innovations. So this is one of our articles about system transitions and societal transformations for innovation, infrastructure, and industry. Here, we just reinterpret this with this new economy visions. So now the niche innovations at product level are interpreted as multiple value products, as the, let's say, the material agent of the change process, and the material structure is the multiple value economy. So multiple value product is a kind of material agent for the multiple value structure, which is multiple value economy. And all of these economies as the niches, excess economy, blue, and youth, circular, are the elements are expected to gradually link together and stabilize into a new socio-technical regime. So here, these economies actually conceptualize as niche systemic innovation and niche technologies of economy. As you know, maybe if you come from like a sociology background, Michel Foucault has these technologies of government approach, technologies of state and state apparatus. Now I think the contribution is these technologies of economy, just like how you technically modify an economy, making it more accessible, more blue, more collaborative. So if we treat all of these economies like niche innovation, what we would expect is to articulation processes with normalities or multiple dimensions and gradually linking them together. So circular economic strand, it goes in itself, digital economy, but there might be some collaboration, and more collaboration with these different economies, then this systemic new configuration that taking the advantage of windows of opportunities can just get into system. So from A to B, with all of the critique of the current economy, but what we are lacking is how these different economies interact, like more circular, at the same time more digital, even at product level. So a product which is circular, also digital, or even pay attention to the youth economy element, or even maybe different features of access. So in this research line, actually, we just started with three niche economy concepts, linking them together towards maybe accelerating the systemic transition, change, and society transformation. And the society transformation map in an easy way to understand this is the change of the perception of value, because now value is valuable if only if it also creates environmental or social value, and this perspective also is expected to have an impact on the behavior and the norms and values of society, which will be crystallized into institutional structure to maybe mid or long-term process. And definitely, this is like it says, new economy visions and practices, and the way to approach this data information, what's going on, would require these 7 different domains. So here at VIU Merit with digital data analytics and digitalization, we are constructing a computational innovation lab for this, and Burak is also active in this. So what we need people with domain expertise like Massimiliano Mazzanti or Nicola Barbieri, let's say, and people doing the research or statistician and data mining, data science people, analytics systems people, algorithm improvement people, and with people with programming skills. So this is, I think, a very nice depiction of call for job descriptions in order to be able to deal with the complexity of this new innovations and then new type of analysis, because unfortunately we just see what happens is people with domain expertise, they just hire a statistician and data mining person, and then they try to conduct some research, but this is like one big winged fly. So this is more about team science. So data scientists, the people who increase the efficiency of the algorithms, the people who can translate multi-platform programming skills. These are as well really important. So this is the the task and the expertise in order to be able to continue with such kind of research. And as you know, we all have these data bases like Network for Green Economy Indicators, Green Growth, Knowledge Platform, Eco-Innovation Observatory. These are like traditional data sources, and they come up with indicators of annual indicators or multi-annual indicators. And this is a trend, basically, I think all of you know, for listing the countries like in a beauty contest that comes with naming and shaming, who does what better than the other and why. It can also spill over internal discussions in the countries saying that, okay, we are doing worse than Czechia, why the reason Austria in parliament, so they discuss. So this is as well a learning opportunity to map and to give policymakers a kind of condensed information. So with this type of data, actually the methodologies that we use with data is already like limited. So the best maybe a regression about that, and maybe some visualization or predictive capability, which is very aggregated in terms of temporality as well. So it's not really like that synchronous with every day, but it's just like a kind of consolidation of temporality in annual indicators. So this dynamism here, considering the innovation and dynamism embedded in it, is a little bit mismatching. So, for instance, this is one of our chapters that's published. So here we came up with some indicators to measure blueness of an economy, circularity of an economy, collaborativeness and digitalness, as well being more gender neutral or social, and the interactions of them. As you see, these are all coming from different indices and different weighting methods. And then we have these tools over the lab showing this for Europe and Latin America. And the countries can see the blue, circular, collaborative, and digital, different type of economy and how the progress is there. But these are based on traditional indicators. I know it's still valuable in the market, but this is also getting a little bit outdated about capturing the dynamism. So, but for the effort of doing it, because maybe most of you know, Eco-Innovation Index this year is published by UIU Merit, and we are also interested in constructing these kind of experimental indices for different economy vision and situation, especially with Latin America. Maybe we can extend it to Africa as well. So this is the publication. It's towards a circular economy, transdisciplinary approaches for business, and it has the CSR, sustainability, ethics, and governance approach. It's accessible through that link. But we want more. Like integrated measurements and monitoring of this, let's say, eco-innovation and circular economy as the example, which is really trying to use like this novel data sources. So these are large-scale surveys, digital product announcements, trade journals, digital newspapers, patent databases, bibliometric databases are a little bit more traditional, but the algorithms that we just crawl there and mine, the algorithms are different, and social media web, as you all know. So there are these new data sources. Definitely they can tell more about the nitty-gritty details of the things, but for sure they are not that complete. They also have limitations. But this is a way to go to see the minuscule level interactions between different, let's say, economic concepts for us. And definitely we need to recheck our frameworks. So this is an extended DIPSER framework coming from the Maastricht Manual of Measuring Green Economy, also with the Dutch team and Italian team contributed to writing of it. Definitely in order to come up with new updated frameworks, because now we have the let's say 50-50 promise of being able to find new data. So about these new parts. So for instance, eco-innovation and circular economy interaction, together with René Kemp, we extended the 4 view, the framework, because now we can talk maybe a little bit more, and then we can just associate these kind of policies, the impact of, let's say, eco-innovation policies on inputs with a little bit relatively large scale data. So this is after the Economies, novel economy visions and practices, the measurement, how measurement is getting like tinier and then large scale with limitations, and indicator building as well, big data based indicators. So I will now just show you a kind of example. So how this, for instance, 3 economy, social, circular, and digital economy interact with each other. This is a pilot implementation. So we didn't really challenge the computational power and computational hours. So as you know, nobody wants to wait in front of computer like 5 days, but to keep it, especially after COVID, like to keep it just conceptual level, like testable. So how does it work? It works like this. So we get all of the keywords under the literature of social economy. So when you just search for papers, academic papers about circular economy, you get all of these keywords. So one way of doing this is just to get all of these 50,000 articles or top-cited 5,000 articles. So in order to do this pilot, we just reduce it to first 1,000 top-cited articles in the domain, and keywords of circular economy and keywords of digital economy. And we call these are all from Web of Science, we call these sets of keywords like actualized sets, like meaning that published keywords under the concept. And each set is internally sorted with respect to the average number of citations received per year to detect the momentum of these keywords. So let's say China or waste recycling has keywords that are very high momentum, like high energy. They are cited more than the, let's say, parks and recreation type of keyword. And we also created now another thing, which keyword with the compound keyword with the momentum indices. And then we have all of these 3 sets, and we extract this. So detection of actualized published interactions among these 2 sets. So when you just search Web of Science like circular economy and digital economy, you get another 3 sets which are actualized keywords between these 2 economy concepts. And you can extend it to 3 tuple query, like social economy and circular economy and digital economy, and you can get another 4th set, which is published keywords. Now what we have, I think is a little bit interesting, is that we have actualized set under each economy and common terminology, but we still can detect not actualized, but common intersection of keywords which are not in any of the sets, but yet still common. So this is actually, probabilistically speaking, also based on the momentum of this keyword, highly likely may be the next step in the knowledge creation. So, and it could indicate a next niche among these two economy visions. So assume social economy as a keyword of, let's say, repair cafe, and digital economy has also a keyword as repair cafe, but there is no article like using circular economy or social economy and digital economy on repair cafe. It was possible for both, but not yet written as a common thing. So basically you just can then understand or envision that the social economy repair cafe is a disciplinary study of the social innovation, and then repair cafe and the digital one might be about the online repair manuals of and the access to that one. But these could come together to accelerate of the transformation of, let's say, repair cafes. And then the recalibration of findings, converging references, if two body of the references for a certain keyword emerge towards each other in the reference set, these are some recalibrations. So basically, this is the quantitative narrative of what's going on. There are unique keywords for sure, and there are unique common keywords for all of these two-way interactions and three-way interactions. And then we just see the level of interactions as well. Most interactions are between digital and circular economy. So these are the hypothesized interactions of keywords for different X economies. So basically we can see the interactions which is not actualized yet. So this is a little bit interesting. So this is the pilot collider. So two body of things come together and there's something there, match, but not yet actualized. And here we just can see in the detector that we have realized keywords, indeed, common, but more unrealized and maybe most likely to be studied on in the next times. So this is in the case scientific publications has not been published yet, but by also looking at the common keyword and then the accompanying other keyword, maybe this as well open up a view to accompanying field for research in terms of transdisciplinary research, international collaboration, team science requirements, and potential geolocations. So in order to like exemplify that, is something like this. So according to our algorithm here, we develop next knowledge niche between circular economy and digital economy is circular additive manufacturing. So and the additive manufacturing in the digital side comes with the industrial production and digital transformation, and the circular economy side is the 3D printing of recycled circular materials for repair parts, and highly probably this is the common keyword, and but not published something on it yet. So a general circular additive manufacturing, but this requires these knowledge fields. So multidisciplinary requirement in order to come up with such a paper in the interaction of circular additive manufacturing. And highly probably these countries like Netherlands, Finland, Spain, so they could do that. And with business economics, engineering, and material science. And yeah, this paper is not published yet, but at least we know where it could come from. Actually, we also know the authors who can write that. So the two people from Netherlands and two people from Finland, we know if they can come together in an interdisciplinary team, then they could be able to experiment with this idea. So another example, so there are like 1,000 examples, but like to keep it short, collaborative consumption is a common keyword, but not actualized. So we can just see as a next knowledge niche by using the other keywords as well, accompanying keywords, modeling digital sharing services for circularity. So this is very important. For instance, I'm an individual who wants to be a circular, but I do not know to what extent I'm digitally accessing to recycling, repurposing, remanufacturing services, and I can, for instance, do the sharing as well. So like a one-stop shop to track and model urban waste, circular vertical farming, so digital shared e-manuals as well. So digital sharing services for circularity. So this could be really in between Spain, Netherlands, and Norway, and it's about science, technology, other topics coming mainly digital side of the story, and then the environmental and sharing economy and environmental part. Okay, so we have some future research directions here. We want to really reveal further interactions with a publicly available code and full list of findings among various key economic visions and practices. So I just exemplified 2 of them, but our aim in the short, medium term is just to publicize all of that potential next knowledge or innovation niches freely to all of the entrepreneurs out there for them to consider if they would make sense to do such kind of things, or for researchers if it makes sense to collaborate between these people and write these things. So this coming as a kind of little suggestion system here. So we will publicize code because we are open source people, just like Burak there, for researchers, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and detection of other keyword couplings. If a common keyword exists for more diversity of next knowledge niches, and requirements for institutional, organizational, and company level, at individual researcher level suggestions. So, for instance, researchers from Japan and researchers from Norway and France, if they come together, they can, for instance, in theory, from different economic visions, can create wireless electric vehicle charging infrastructure in parking areas, because there is this wireless electric vehicle wireless charging literature, which is converging with large-scale charging and energy storage in parking areas with park sharing facilities, for instance, using eco-cement on the parking ground. So basically, this is a new combinatorial way of offering things. So imagine a parking ground which is done with alternative cement to ordinary Portland cement, which also utilize park sharing services, which is a digital service design coming with a wireless electric vehicle charging infrastructure. And we basically know what it takes to at least to start thinking about that. We know the people, we know the institutes, we know the other things. Or recycled organic photovoltaic car windows that can charge electric vehicles in motion. And also these cars can be used in car sharing service. So just for a prospective view. So for instance, one of these examples is this in the Netherlands. There's this company. So this solar car. It comes with the organic electronics, so it's flexible, it's light here, and these kind of new combinatorial things pop up. So we can as well detect these very short-term innovations, such as like this, with our data, and some examples are more like long-term inspirations. So basically my references, and also I would like to thank for the invitation. I would definitely invite you to all have a look at Maastricht Manual for Measuring Eco-Innovation for a Green Economy. I'm very honored to work with Massimiliano Mazzanti and Nicola Barbieri as well, Andrea Bassi. For me, they are very inspiring scholars. And also the UCL team, if someone is there, greetings to them. And this was our thinking, we want to see these patterns and changing patterns towards system transition with multiple value economies interact. And in order to accelerate this, giving the as well both detection, which is out there, and the inspiration for future possibilities, will be publicized by our research. So thank you very much for listening me for this presentation. So that's why it's called Novel Economy Vision, Measurements and Indicators. Thank you. I now stop sharing. Okay. So if
we have problems with the mic, Serdar, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear
okay,
you.
Fantastic. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think that we can have 10 minutes for questions, even something more.
Yeah.
I don't know if someone has some questions or comments on the presentation. Ilaria? Well, you can use that.
Sure. Hello, Serdar, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. What about you?
I'm fine too. Thank you.
Thank you for your thank you for your very interesting presentation. I wanted to ask you a strange question about kind of opinions when you were talking about the data and methods and see how it works, right? That you look for the key words and you analyze the main journals, I guess, right? Business. What do you think about, like, what is your personal opinion about this kind of research? I mean that I'm not very, how can I say, I don't like publishing very much, even though I'm an academic. And so I wanted to ask you, what do you think about those trends, whether they are like leading the knowledge, basing on some, we can say, maybe social pressures or political pressures or something like that, or they are a consequence of this, I mean, the spread of these pressures and knowledge. Is it a cause or a consequence?
I see. Thank you. I think it's a very nice question, and I think it's an attitude problem of the scientist and responsibility of the scientist. So, for instance, Bertolt Brecht has a very good theater play called Responsibility of the Scientist. I think responsibility of scientists is only to use these kind of new data possibilities with all the limitations, for sure transparency, and then using the algorithms for sure with transparency, and reveal some new information and knowledge insight about what's going on from their perspective, by knowing that this is limited. So it's also an attitude problem. Some people who can do big data analytics on big data, or capture the complexity. If my personal opinion, so I can say it, if it turns into a kind of egoistic way of understanding things and relying too much on these numbers to reveal things, I think this is not the right attitude, and out of the responsibility of the scientists, scientists can play with quantitative methods and qualitative methods as well, and transparently reveal which conclusions they come to and how they come to step by step for people who are curious to know about this. But definitely, I just think that there's a kind of government policy about supporting being more circular, more social, more digital, and I think this is it depends on at what time you look at the flow. So you can see policies which are causes of the change. You can see policies which are consequence of the change, like a follow-up policy. So there's this circular relation there between the cause and the thing. And I think it's not that important if policies or the new world view is the cause or consequence, because even if you enter the game considering the policy as a cause, then your game is different, and if you see as a consequence, then your game is different. And then you can just decide on your next action as a scientist. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I kind of agree. And I asked you this question because today we had two very nice presentations. One was talking about also the spread of misinformation through social media, and another one about the, we can say, sort of not very common perspective about sustainability. So I realized that there is a paper that is called The Rise and Fall of Social Problems. It's very old, but it's very interesting, and it's, I think, linked to what you have been telling us. And,
definitely. I mean, yeah, definitely. If you extract data from that, let's say social media, then your data is basically experimental data. Your data is not hardcore hard fact data, but experimental data. Then you treat it in your analysis like that, and the result should not come with a pinpoint, let's say, estimation, but a kind of optional scenario making, saying that if you trust this data, this what follows. If you don't trust this data because of these misinformation flows, just ignore the article. So this is the way to treat the data. So 1 million euro on the table is a hard fact, but if someone says I have 1 million euro over social media, it's not a hard fact. It's an experimental claim. So it's treated at that level. But if we accept the reality of this internet data as hard facts, then I think it's exaggeration of the thing, and it's too naive. And I think no high quality researchers would do that and fool themselves.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that we have time for another couple of questions if you want. If not, I have some comments if I can.
Sure.
Well, the first one, the data that you used in the for the keyword analysis came from publications. Am I wrong? Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe a suggestion for future research can also be using these keywords not only to explain what happened in the past, so what went before, but also to predict some new waves or some new, what you call, niche creation.
Yeah.
Because this would be also interesting. Of course, in this case, the methodological approach must be, let's say, I think, is not clear to me, of course, on how you can do this. But there may be chances to find some methodologies or something that is correlated to this. And the second point, the second comment was related to the first part of your analysis. I think that an issue, which is not a problem, but an issue in the green economy, and also in these X economies, as you call them, is the heterogeneity of the sources and how you can deal with such a broad data sources, broad range of data sources, because you have patents, you may have satellite data, you can have very, very broad and and very heterogeneous, as I said, data sources. But also it is interesting, together with this, how you can deal with this complexity. So the creation probably of a unique indicator, a comprehensive indicator, and also how you treat this data. And I conclude saying that, for example, with patent, you can have a simple patent count of green patent, whatever you want, but also you can have specialization indexes, for example. You can have complexity indexes, whatever you want. So,
definitely. I mean, there might be a fractional counting in the patent, while treating the patent to what extent is a part of circular economy or digital economy. With the digital economy dictionary, the sophisticated one, sophisticated use of circularity of a patent text that could be fractionally mapped to 0.7% as circular economy patent and 0.3% digital economy patent if the digital component is less comprehensive than the other. So this could be a way to approach the patent text data through natural language processing techniques. They are also increasing. And there could be like some tree structure indicators, like distributed indicator. So all of the changes in the branch accumulates to the overall indicator. So it's distributed coming from patents, publications with these fractions and as a tree structure with the weights, and then the final indicator can be a compound of knowledge creation, either coming through media or publications or patents with So this could be a way, but big data analytics, I mean, if you have this large amount of data and if you can explain what happened in the past, not necessarily what happened in the past is a complete allowance for you to not to predict the future, so you can guide the innovation processes and accelerate that. So, for instance, let's say if you cut the analysis, if you collect the data from 1990 to 2010, and if you predict what kind of new articles or patents could come, and if you can really predict some of them, or maybe not, this doesn't mean that this is then hard prediction, but there may be soft guidance as well, like what to do. So this is a trade-off, like soft prediction, hard prediction, and because the technological trajectories may also go somewhere wrong in terms of resource efficiency, in terms of energy efficiency, and new guided evolution of innovation. I think at Merit we are evolutionary economists, and from evolutionary economists' point of view, it's not only what happens when there is no intervention, but there might be some guided intervention to the innovation domain, and these can predict some desired combinations of new innovations. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Thank you very much.
I don't know if someone has other questions or. Okay. So thank you very much, Serdar.
Thank you.